Good evening, CCS community. It is Board President Adair, and I am calling the regular board meeting to order on this October 20th, 2020. Will you please call the roll, Mr. Treasurer?
President Adair.
Present.
Ms. Beckerly.
Here.
Mr. Brown.
Here.
Mr. Cole.
I'm present.
Dr. Pierce.
Present.
Mr. Ragland.
Here.
Vice President Reyes.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you so much. This evening we have a student, one of our student ambassadors from Beechcroft High School. Will you please go ahead and turn your camera on, Kevin, and go ahead and introduce yourself, and then go ahead and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Is Kevin on? He was. Well, that's okay. We'll get him back. Oh, he must have popped out. He's in the waiting room. Hold on, everyone. Let me admit him back. Here we go.
You turned the doorbell off.
Yes. Hi, Kevin. Go ahead and turn your camera on. Welcome. And we go ahead and introduce yourself, and then go ahead and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Maybe. Oh, okay. Well, if he comes back to the meeting, we will recognize him. Otherwise, I will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hi, Kevin. Are you there?
Oh, yeah, so I'm having terrible connection right now, but yeah, finally made. I keep cutting in and out, but now it's perfectly clear.
Okay, well, why don't you, we just did the pledge, but why don't you take an opportunity to just introduce yourself, let us know what school you go to, and maybe talk a brief second about the Student Ambassador Program. If he can. No, he's gone again. Oh, now he's back.
Yeah, see, back and forth. But yeah, I'll go real quick. So hi, I'm Kevin Demoa. I'm from I go to Beechcroft High School, but I do CCP with Columbus State Community College. And what was the question again, if I might ask again?
Just a brief word about the Student Ambassador Program.
Yeah, so I joined the Student Ambassador Program my sophomore year, and the program has taught a lot of kids in CCS how to be leaders, how to connect with district leaders, and how
Yeah, we lost him again. Okay, well, thanks, Kevin, for being here. And hopefully next time you have a better connection, you can come back and talk more about the program. So thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to have our students join us, you know, in even this virtual format. So thank you so much, Kevin. This week was certainly, and today actually, it was a very busy day for the district. We have had some big announcements that went out. So if you are tuning in to hear more about that, that is coming up a little bit later on in our agenda. I just want to let people know as we get started. We actually have a presentation that we need to hear first from the Council of Great City Schools. But if you tune back in, although you can watch that presentation, it'll be very informative. But if you want to tune back in, hopefully a little after 6, that is when we will start to have our discussion around the announcements that went out today. I also just want to take the opportunity to say that, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about the plans, about how and the process of how we go back. These decisions are not made lightly. The amount of hours and sleepless nights and stress that both the district staff, families, our administration, and our kids have is intense right now. And, you know, I know our superintendent has said a lot of times, let's take the opportunity to really give ourselves some grace. Let's do that. And let's also work together, because in reality, we are not making it through this pandemic unless we work together. And I know that sometimes we don't have every answer right away. And it seems like we are constantly moving because we are. We are reacting to the same thing the world is reacting to. And I hope in our discussion this evening, we're going to provide a little bit more transparency around that so that you can understand the why behind a lot of the decisions that have been made, especially those today. So I want to personally start off by giving a big shout out to our school custodians and our school nurses who might have felt a little bit attacked today in some of the communications that went out regarding the way that the health and safety of buildings are. But I want you to know that you are doing an amazing job. And every day you walk into our buildings, creating safety plans, cleaning in the middle of a pandemic is essential to us eventually coming back. And you are critical to that. So I want to say to you, thank you. And thank you for your continued work and support and all the hours that you've put in now and in the future to keep our buildings safe every day. So with that, I'm going to review the agenda as we get started with this evening's meeting. So board members, you have the agenda. We will be hearing the Council of Great City Schools first before public comment. That is a shift that the superintendent has asked us to make. We will then hear public comment. We have 4 speakers this evening. The superintendent will do a report. We have no expected report from the internal auditor. The treasurer has 2 reports this evening. We have board matters, and then of course our consent agenda. We will then finish up the evening with an executive session. Announcements, and then an executive session. Is there a motion to approve our agenda this evening?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, please call the roll.
President Nader,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce. I didn't hear Dr. Pierce, but I think I read her lips. She said yes.
Said yes. Did you hear
Thank
me?
you.
Understand? There we go.
There we go. Mr. Ragland
Yes.
and Vice President Reyes.
Yes.
And that motion carried.
Thank you so much, Mr. Treasurer. I'm going to now actually turn it over to Superintendent Dixon to introduce the Council of Great City Schools for that report.
Thank you, President Adair. Last year, I asked the Council of Great City Schools to conduct a human resource audit for of the organization. Tonight, Dr. Mike Casserly and his team will present the findings and recommendations of that audit. At this time, I will turn it over to Dr. John Stanford, and Dr. Stanford will introduce the council members. Dr. Stanford?
Thank you, Superintendent, members of the Board of Education. As the superintendent has indicated, she asked the Council of Great City Schools to conduct this audit of our Human Resources Department. And that audit team, Dr. Michael Casserly is the Executive Director for the Council of Great City Schools. And I believe the audit team under Dr. Casserly's direction was led by Robert Carlson as a member of that team. Joining Mr. Carlson on that audit team is David Palmer, Paul Isbach, and Lori Ward. All members of this team have extensive human resource experience and experience working in public school districts across the country. And I can mention that Ms. Ward is currently the Chief Talent Officer of Cleveland Municipal School District here in the state of Ohio. So with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Casserly to get us started with the presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Stanford. I appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Dixon, and members of the board. It's nice to see everybody again. I'm Michael Casserly, Executive Director of the Council of the Great City Schools, and I'm joined tonight by Bob Carlson, the Council's Director of Management Services, Dave Palmer, former Deputy Director for the Los Angeles Unified School District, Paul Itwu, Human Resource Director of the Fresno Unified School District, and Lori Ward, Chief Talent Officer of the Cleveland Metropolitan School District. They, along with others, were on the team that conducted the review that we will discuss this evening. In the early part of this year, the council was asked by the superintendent to conduct a review of the district's human resources operations. The council has conducted nearly 350 instructional, organizational, management, and operational reviews in over 70 big city school districts over the last 20 years. 23 of these have involved human resource operations, including a previous review of the Columbus School District. The reports generated by these reviews are often critical, but they've also been the basis for improving operations, organizational functioning, instruction, governance, and management of many urban public school systems nationally. These reports have also been the basis for identifying best practices for other urban school systems to replicate. Our sole purpose in conducting these reviews is to help urban public education get better. In this instance, the council was asked to review, evaluate, and comment on the organization, management, use of technology, training, and operational procedures of the Columbus HR office. We were asked to identify opportunities to improve existing processes and internal controls within the office and determine what progress the district had made in implementing the recommendations since a previous human resources review conducted by the council some years ago. We were also asked to develop recommendations that would help the Office of Human Resources achieve greater managerial effectiveness, operational efficiency, and hence its strategic value to the school district. In response to this review, the council assembled a strategic support team, which included Bob, Dave, Lori, and Paul, and other members of the team included senior managers with long-term experience in human resource operations in the Wichita Public Schools and the Denver Public Schools. In preparing for the work, the team reviewed an extensive array of documents provided by the district prior to a 4-day site visit to Columbus on March 1st to the 4th of this year. A list of documents reviewed by the team is provided in the appendix of the report. During its site visit, the team met with the district's Chief Human Resources Officer, Myra Wright, on the evening of the first day to discuss expectations and objectives for the review and to make final adjustments to the work schedule. The team used the second and third days to observe observations, conduct interviews with key staff members, and examine additional documents and data. The management letter, which you should have in front of you, contains the findings and recommendations that were written by the team to help the district's human resources operations achieve greater operational efficiency and effectiveness. Before I begin, let me say how much we appreciated the staff's responsiveness in providing all the information we needed to do our work. They also provided all the data we asked for, and they arranged for us to talk to everyone we needed to talk to. The process we use relies on people being truthful and forthcoming. We got that from the district staff, even when it did not necessarily make them look good. You should know that our team found several things to commend your HR team for. First, we commended them for conducting or asking for the review in the first place. The request for this review was evidence that the district senior leadership recognized that talent acquisition, development, and the retention of human capital are critical factors in the role that the Office of Human Resources has in a district's ability to meet its strategic goals. We commend you for requesting the review. Second, we commend the Office of Human Resources being reporting directly to the superintendents, for it is positioned to play a strong strategic role in district improvement. In many cases, in previous reviews, we actually do not see human resources reporting to the superintendent, but we think it's a good idea that yours does. Third, we commend the fact that the principals indicated a high level of HR service satisfaction with the employee benefits team. Fourth, the team noted that the Office of Human Resources scored in the best quartile rankings on multiple Great City Schools key performance indicators in human resources. These included the number of discrimination complaints per 1,000 employees, which was low. Your overall employment separation rate was lower than average. Your separation rate for non-school, non-exempt staff was low, and your substitute teacher placements with bachelor's degree or higher was actually high. And your teacher retention rates after 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 years was particularly good compared to other major cities across the country. In addition, our team found many HR staff to be passionate and caring about the work they do and very knowledgeable about the nuances of various employee contracts and agreements. Finally, our team found numerous HR staff members who demonstrated resilience and a commitment to continuous improvement. There are also a series of concerns that our team had as well. Please keep in mind that these concerns were as of the date of the site visit. Rather than going through the report line by line, I'd like to highlight several major findings. The report clumps these under the headings of leadership and management, organization, and operations. For instance, in leadership and management, the team was concerned about a number of things. One, the turnover and instability at the top level of management of the Office of Human Resources was pretty high compared to many other districts. The team thought that the turnover rate had negatively affected the office's ability to set a cohesive direction and had contributed to many of the conditions described in the findings of this review. Second, the Office of Human Resources was seen by our team as a transactionally oriented personnel office that was focused on HR maintenance tasks rather than on the strategic, forward-thinking HR office focused on customer service, organizational development, and capacity building amongst the people who work within the office or the district. Third, the council also found few priorities or strategic pathways that embraced or articulated clear objectives and direction to support the school board and the superintendent's strategic plan, goals, and priorities. Fourth, the team recognized and appreciated the Board of Education's fiduciary responsibilities and hiring authority. However, the current board policy requiring prior board approval before hiring may actually hinder staff hiring and expeditious onboarding. 5, in addition, there was a lack of internal controls that subjected the district to vulnerabilities to unnecessary risk and liability. For instance, the Office of Human Resources did not procure a stop-loss policy on health plan claims. 6, the under or non-utilization of data to drive decision-making contributed to many of the current conditions identified in the management letter. The team also found few plans to perform internal and external customer satisfaction surveys or to utilize customer focus groups. There was a lack of communication up and down and side to side within and between offices, and the team identified or was told of concerns about the recruitment plan for teachers. For instance, the recruitment of non-teaching personnel, including principals, central office professional staff, and support staff, was hampered by the city's civil service requirements, the lack of a grow your own pipeline, the lack of high school internships to improve labor opportunities, and inadequate career technical education partnerships. In addition, despite significant turnover of HR staff, especially in leadership positions, the team found little evidence of proactive succession planning, capacity building, or cross-training in critical functions to ensure continuity in the event of absences, leaves, retirements, promotions, or resignations. The team, moreover, saw little evidence of training, supporting, or communicating best practices in human resources. It was also unclear who owned performance management at the enterprise level, and if there was a defined rationale for why and how performance evaluation was used in the district. Finally, it appeared that the 2017 to 2021 staffing plan for the district was owned mostly by the budget office, and the Office of Human Resources was not actively involved in its development, according to our interviews. In the area of organizational structure, the team was concerned that the current Office of Human Resource organizational structure and its functionalities did not seem to reflect an understanding of strategic alignment and service delivery throughout the employee life cycle. Second, there was weak coordination and alignment between the office and IT, or informational technology. Third, not all position titles listed in the Office of Human Resources organizational chart aligned with the position titles on the job descriptions provided to the team. In addition, the team found little evidence of an enterprise-wide program management function, strategy, or governance structure in place to coordinate strategic priorities or to resolve conflicts. Finally, the team saw no evidence that the HR organizational structure and workflows were regularly examined to see if staff or positions could be repurposed to achieve greater operational efficiency and effectiveness on a regular basis. Finally, in the area of operations, the team was concerned about several things. For example, a focus group of principals and assistant principals interviewed by the team rated HR's overall level of service an average of 6 out of 10. The focus group indicated that their ratings were based on not knowing who to call for specific needs, a lack of effective and timely communications and information, functional areas within the office working in silos, telephone calls and emails not being returned, and site administrators having to leave their campuses and drive to the office to resolve HR issues. Second, the team identified or heard numerous concerns about the office's use or non-use of technology. For instance, one Office of Human Resources work unit indicated that 75% of their workday was spent performing manual processes. Third, written processes and procedures, documented workflows, standard operating procedures, and timely access to data necessary to create an effective and efficient operation with quality control standards were generally missing. Fourth, even though key performance indicators were readily available, HR staff could not always answer basic metric questions. For instance, time to fill positions, average attrition rates, numbers of teacher terminations, etc. Fifth, vacations were sometimes approved by office staff during peak onboarding periods, which created critical service voids when an all hands on deck policy was actually necessary. Sixth, the team found a lack of ownership for new employee orientation. In addition, the inability to provide typical HR support resulted in the Department of Transportation's running a shadow HR function because HR was not meeting its needs. Moreover, multiple interviewees indicated that the very generous district attendance policy allowed employees to take a high number of days off with little to no consequences. The district also had a strikingly small substitute teacher pool of only about 400 or so teachers. In addition, the district's well-reported human resources KPI data indicated that the exit interview completion rate of 0% was significantly lower than other great city school districts in Ohio and great city school districts' national median. In addition, the KPI showed that the substitute placement rate was significantly lower than other great city school districts in Ohio and the average great city school national rate. And the critical time to fill vacancy data were not submitted at all. Finally, the team developed several recommendations for your consideration, the consideration of the superintendent and the Office of Human Resources. One, we'd recommend obligating the Office of Human Resources leadership to setting a compelling focus on customer service and accepting responsibility for identifying, developing, owning, and articulating priorities that support the district's mission, core values, and strategic plan. These priorities should include shifting emphasis away from transactional activities to a vision of proactivity and becoming a strategic organizational resource. Second, convening ongoing meetings to analyze the findings and recommendations identified not only in this review, but the 2001 review that we did several years ago. Use the combined recommendations as a roadmap to develop, prioritize, and assign project owners to move all recommendations forward. 3, these priorities should include developing and setting appropriate benchmarks, goals, service level plans, and standards, employee productivity expectations and measures, and ensuring accountability across the office. 4th, the priority should include developing a realistic 5-year Office of Human Resources strategic plan that is laser focused on customer needs. The plan should include short, intermediate, and long-term process improvement opportunities, quantifiable goals, performance measures, accountabilities, targets, metrics, timelines, and strategically communicated rollout plan. And the plan should be consistent with the strategic plan of the district and refreshed annually. In addition, the strategic priority should include developing comprehensive Office of Human Resources wide policies and procedures, guides, and workflows. In addition, it should include transitioning to a data-driven organization that relies upon fact-based and analysis-centric justifications for decisions, including the use of basic HR metrics and dashboard management information like turnover rates, absenteeism rates, substitute fill rates, vacancy rates, time to fill vacancy rates, recruitment rates, and retention rates. In addition, the priority should include the use of cost-benefit analysis, risk assessment, and business case justifications to continually move the office forward, including the consideration of using root cause analysis to address operational challenges, use of ongoing salary and benefit surveys to measure competitiveness, and define performance metrics, including key performance indicators, industry best practices, standards for primary functions of the office, and holding all Office of Human Resource staff accountable for making progress on these measures. Second, the council recommends researching and evaluating the opportunity to fill positions with high quality candidates as expeditiously as possible by the board's delegating authority to the superintendent for this function rather than pre-approving. Third, the team recommends reorganizing the Office of Human Resources to optimize efficiency and effectiveness, sharpen its focus, improve internal communications, eliminate silos, and promote clear lines of responsibility, authority, and accountability. Fourth, the team recommends implementing a systematic review, evaluation, and reconstruction of the office's teacher recruitment program. Fifth, the team recommends building a strategic partnership with the Office of Professional Learning and Licensure to recognize human resources' broader role in professional development and organizational coherence. Sixth, the team recommends strengthening external stakeholder communications activities to modernize and enhance HR services and support by implementing meaningful outreach plans and employing regular meetings with school principals, budget and payroll staff, regional staff, IT staff, and operations leadership. 7, the team recommends ensuring regular staff meetings take place throughout the office with specific agendas, documented minutes of discussions, decisions, and follow-up activities. 8, the team recommends developing succession plans and cross-training within the office to ensure knowledge transfer and the orderly transition of responsibilities. 9, the team recommends creating an alliance between the Chief of Human Resources and the Chief Information Officer to resolve interdepartmental and multi-dimensional operational, technical, and training issues that marginalize HR's ability to leverage the district's existing enterprise resource planning software. 10, the team recommends establishing for all classified employees evaluation and performance assessment instruments and processes that incorporate expectations, performance measures, and professional growth strategies that are consistent with school board policies. Create systems to track and ensure all classified employees are assessed annually. 11, the team recommends creating opportunities to invite and confer with internal and external stakeholders to provide input and analyze potential outcomes. 12, we recommend implementing programs to measure the degree to which the office provides services that are responsive, results-oriented, and meet the needs of its customers. 13, we propose reducing district exposure to unnecessary risks and liabilities by conducting a comprehensive review of current district worker compensation mitigation and training practices. And the team recommended monitoring turnover rates, establishing exit interview protocols for all employees who voluntarily separate from the district, and identify and track the causes of leaving for opportunities to make policy changes. And finally, the team recommended developing a comprehensive plan to boost employee retention and provide opportunities for employees at all levels to enhance their skills and learn industry best practices. The full report has considerably more detail on both the findings and recommendations from the team, but this is a summary of a few. Before I conclude, I want to ask if the team has any additional comments or clarifications, but I thank you for your attention and would be happy to answer any questions or address any comments that you might have.
Thank you, Dr. Casterly. Did anyone from your team have anything else to add?
So Bob or Dave or Lori?
Lori? Lori?
Anybody else have any additional comments?
Yes,
Lori?
Michael, I think you hit all the key elements of the report. Thank you.
Lori?
Sure. So I just want to say to President Adair and the board members and Dr. Dixon, it was really a pleasure to be in Columbus right at the beginning of the pandemic. And so I just want to thank everyone for your patience until the moment that Dr. Casterly could present, and I have nothing else to add.
Paul?
This was
Yeah,
actually our last in-person strategic support team we were able to have before the pandemic. So we just squeezed it in.
You got it. Paul?
Yeah, it was an interesting flight home as all of that was kind of occurring as we were all on flights, I'm sure. So no, once again, just really appreciate the team at Columbus, and no additional comments.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you,
all.
Michael.
Thank you all so much for that work. I think, it's critical that, we have all of this transparency so that we can take the right steps to move forward. Having a strong HR department is critical to how we achieve our strategic mission. And it's something that the superintendent has heard from a lot of board members, as she has a lot of board members who have employment background in this area of HR. So I'm going to turn it over. We do have some questions. I will turn it over to Dr. Pierce.
So good evening. Thank you for this report. I appreciate the clarity in which you outline some of the ways that we need to improve our HR processes. So specifically, Dr. Casterly, you mentioned during your presentation that we have some shadow operations taking place, specifically calling attention to transportation. Is that the only shadow area where we have HR operations taking place, or are there other areas where we have that taking place?
Yeah, good question. Dave was there.
Lori.
Yeah. Yeah, let me kick this to Lori or Dave to see. We cited transportation, but I don't know if you noticed any other issue where kind of side HR operations were going on outside of the HR office.
So transportation was the one department that was during the interviews shared that what they do is in essence what HR is doing. I do not recall any other shadow operations.
Paul?
Oops, got to take myself off mute there. Yeah, no, during the interviews, that was really the highlighted department that we discussed, and really didn't see much of that anywhere else, but that was, that one did come to the forefront.
Dave?
Yeah, I concur. We did meet with Steve, and he was able to express some of the issues that he saw. And I don't recall that we had the opportunity to meet with other departments such as maintenance operations and so on. So I would concur that the transportation one was the only one we heard about.
So Dr. Pierce, let me also say that this is not an unusual situation when we review HR operations in other big city school districts. We will often see that kind of situation either in transportation offices or M&O offices. They're the two that will often run kind of parallel HR operations alongside of the Human Resources Office.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. My next question moves to page 21, specifically recommendation 2. You call for a revising of a better process to help us research and evaluate the opportunity to fill positions with high quality candidates as expeditiously as possible by the board, delegating authority to the superintendent. Here's my question. I've had the great pleasure of just today meeting 2 very highly qualified candidates that have applied for positions within our district that have not been called in for not even one interview, that did not receive an email indicating your interview has been received, that did not receive a follow-up that we went with another candidate instead of you. So given, again, the transactional nature that you point to, there are glaring issues for me. And one, that transactional nature is potentially hit or miss because we're not even following up to say, thank you for applying. We've decided to go another direction. Please apply again, right? So there's some transactional elements that are missing. But I think what is also bothering me is that we are missing the opportunity to truly engage with and invite highly qualified candidates to come work with our district. So given that, do you still strongly believe that that recommendation number 2 needs to be there?
Yes, we do. And the situation like what you're pointing out suggests to me that when the board knows of candidates who have applied for the position or might have the qualifications to fill a particular position, that that those people be referred over to the superintendent so she can take care of those rather than the board serving as its own HR operation. So we would stay with that recommendation.
So you're offering then that when there are highly qualified candidates, again, throughout our community that feel that they will be a perfect fit for a position, that they come through board members and indicate their interest, and we then send those individuals through the superintendent?
Yes, I do believe that. And then it's the board's responsibility to follow up with the superintendent and hold the administration accountable for running a good HR operation. So it's really not the board's responsibility to be trying to operate as a kind of shadow HR operation. Since you ask about kind of shadow transportation operations, you don't want the board to serve as a shadow HR operation on its own.
So I appreciate that response, and I'm sure the individuals that I met with this morning appreciate that response as well. Dr. Dixon, I'm sure you'll get some emails after tonight's meeting regarding that. My
Dr.
last,
Pierce, if I could interrupt for just a moment for a follow-up to your question.
I like you, Eric, only because
And I don't want to take advantage of that very often. Thank you. Just want to find out, was this recommendation prompted by board members doing some of those things that you've just described, and getting more involved in HR than perhaps they should have?
I don't think so, but let me kick that to the team and see if you uncovered something in the interviews that suggests that that was part of the dynamic here.
I'll respond to that. In no way. Influence of the top down.
So, Mr. Brown, apparently it was not something that rose to the concern of the team.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely not.
Back to you, Tina.
I appreciate the tag team, Eric. My last and final question then relates to our customer satisfaction. It appears as I read the report that customer satisfaction was based upon individuals that are currently in our system or exiting our system. What level of customer satisfaction survey do we have for applicants? Again, to indicate the ease of locating a job description, the ease of applying for the actual position, the process in which that real recruitment and engagement happens.
Well, I think we did voice some concerns about the recruitment process, and it's hard for me to imagine that recruitment wasn't affected by the ease of application along with other factors. But Lori or Dave or Paul, do you want to address that?
Try Paul. Paul?
Yeah, good evening. Once again, we all deal with this a little bit in regards to the complexity of application processes. I know Bob and I have talked about this, that we'd like to have a standard one across the whole country that would be simplified. So it was really about trying, even to the last question, it was really about trying to expedite efficiencies within the process. And even with the application process, trying to minimize some of the hurdles and trying to streamline. That's all part of the process in regards to the recruitment process. So we looked at majority of the issues was trying to figure out how to make sure that we're reaching out and having a good recruitment pool and being able to get a good pool of candidates for all open positions. But the application process is part of that as well.
Lori?
Well, I would definitely say we did not do any surveying of applicants, but I do believe that's why many of our recommendations pointed to the use of systems, and the lack of systems and the ability to do surveying from an applicant standpoint has to really start when you have a truly integrated system, and we found that to be lacking.
So, Dr. Pierce, this is another one of these situations where, all of the big city school districts struggle to some degree with this. It's just a matter of just to what extent. The issue for all big city public school systems across the country is that when the application process is not transparent or responsive or the like, then we often lose candidates to surrounding school districts. And it's a situation that we shouldn't have to face because we're losing good talent. And Columbus isn't alone in that situation, but the team picked up on it here as a particular concern.
And Dr. Castley and team, I truly appreciate that. And I have to share that as I read this report, one of the things that really stuck out to me, and I'm excited that we have Dr. Blue on board, is if the process is like this for current applicants, and we look to increase our equity, we are looking to diversify our staff, not just our teachers, but our AIs, our bus drivers, our nurses, and we're thinking about our Bhutanese Nepali population, our Somali population, our bilingual families that want to come and work for our district. So if we're seeing these challenges, it just points to the level at which we have to rise up and step up to ensure that the process is smooth and inviting for those families, for individuals from that community, so they too can apply for opportunities within our district. And so I thank you for, again, pointing it out very clearly to us in very thorough ways at which we need to, again, rise up to the challenge to make our process more seamless so we can continue to diversify our district and move towards equity.
If I can add to that, Michael, real quick, I think we saw basically very few, if any, customer satisfaction surveys that were done by or instituted or focus groups with HR. We have visited districts that had a specific customer satisfaction survey for new hires. How was the process? What could be improved? How was communication? Things such as that. So there are opportunities, but right now, apparently there's very little in reference to soliciting that kind of feedback from existing or internal or external potential employees moving into perhaps roles at the district.
And that kind of went along with the fact that staff, when they exit, are not interviewed either.
Well, I need to get Michael back home. And so thank you so much for the opportunity to address you. And hopefully that the report that we released to you is going to be helpful. And look forward to the next opportunity to do something equally as well or better. And have a nice weekend.
So I think, Bob, there may be additional questions.
I'm sorry.
There is just one more question from Board Member Cole.
Thank you. I guess in my reading this report, there were two glaring things. One, in terms of the silo issue within communication. There seems to be that inability for HR to work its way through the silos and maintaining communication operationally to be more optimally effective. That was a big concern for me. Can you just give a little bit of what you sent or wrote in response to the silo breaking aspect? And then I have another question.
So team, would you like to take that one on?
Dave?
Yes, there were instances and examples that the interaction perhaps could be strengthened with HR and IT. There seemed to be some issues and concerns that who owns certain kinds of data, and data that apparently HR needs on a regular basis, they have to go to IT to get it. They don't have access to the data themselves. So there were those kinds of little issues that came up, not just that one particular, but those types of similar things that there tended to be ownership of data and not necessarily easy access to that data.
Okay, thank you for that. The other question is around the comment that was made a little earlier about the process of board authority holding the superintendent accountable, where in many instances, I certainly agree with that. One thing that kind of brings that to question is the part of the report that is on page 14 of the PDF that says the current Office of Human Resources organizational structure and functionalities within the structure did not suggest an understanding of strategic alignment and service delivery throughout the employee life cycle. Specifically, Officer of Human Resources will not organize around the critical functions of onboarding, including recruitment, vetting, selection, and placement, employee services, exit transition. You mentioned the exit transition piece. But when you're talking about a major appendage of our organization that it doesn't seem to understand its alignment to board strategic plan, to organizational vision, to understanding what our processes should actually be. To me, this is where the board would otherwise step in to provide some sort of guiding or guardrails, some sort of guiding directive to make sure that there is that alignment in place. Am I off with that or not?
So Dave, do you want to take that one on?
Yes. Briefly, in a general sense, the recognition, and I'm just going to back up and rewind just a little bit here. The recognition of board approval before anybody can be onboarded came as a result of we being told by multiple interviewees that in order to try to lock a highly qualified candidate in, there's no ability to perhaps even do a conditional job offer or anything such as that until it went to board. So we're not necessarily recommending that every position would have a superintendent's delegated authority to the superintendent to hire an assistant superintendent or a director or somebody such as that. But into backfilling regular positions that are currently vacant, we heard multiple times that there is a potential loss of candidates, that they're getting job offers from nearby districts because Columbus was moving a little bit too slow. And we recognize the reason why, because the board has that fiduciary responsibility. But there may be some options available, including delegated authority to certain positions and for certain positions that the board can approve after the fact if necessary. As far as the organization, the typical organization that we see that seems to be the most efficient is the one that we modeled in the recommendations, specifically having three main groups: onboarding, employee services, and exiting. And then the organization is built within those three. That way, there is a reduction in the number of departments, an increased communication, a reduction in silos and things such as that. We have found this model to be very, very effective, and that's the one we typically will recommend. And we saw an opportunity that we thought there could be improvement organizationally, communication, and service-wise with this type of an approach.
I thank you for that clarity, particularly around the backlog aspect of employees being missed because of that kind of stagnation in our process. So I thank you for that clarity.
Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Okay, it looks like that is the end of our questions. We thank you so much, Council of Great City Schools, for your work on this, as well as just all the general work you do on behalf of the large urban districts. We are a proud member of your organization, and just thank you so much for all that you do for us.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, it was good to see you at the annual conference last week.
If I could just briefly add, the conference last week was wonderful, especially Thomas Friedman. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
And I would like to, again, thank you for the hospitality and all the help and cooperation. You guys were terrific. Thank you again.
Yes, definitely. It was great. And like I said, very appreciative of the team and the effort that everybody put into to obviously lean in and try to make everything better for Columbus. Thank you.
Lori?
Thank you very much. I truly hope that the effort really allows recommendations to be implemented for improvement, and much success for the 2021 school year.
Thank you so much. Madam Superintendent, do you want to kind of give us a brief words about what we're going to do with this kind of going forward?
Yes, again, thank you to council, board. I knew this information was going to be a little tough. We knew this, well, at least I knew this when I asked them to come in and do this assessment for us. I did not expect to get glowing news from this report. And they did an excellent job and gave us recommendations that are needed. And as you've heard, we have some systemic changes to make. And these changes go across other departments, cross departments. So it's just not human resources, that we have to look at some effective changes in some other departments too. And we will, these changes will be implemented. Some changes we've already started thinking about. And again, because of the pandemic, we had to pause on some things, but I wanted them to come back and go over so that you can hear from the team why some of these recommendations were outlined. The team will monitor these. We are talking about having them monitored with Carolyn's department. So we're talking about what that exactly will look like and then reporting back to the board. So those are some next steps. It's tough. We want to make sure, we were talking about an organization as large as we are, we want top talent. And we don't want to miss the opportunity to get top talent in our district across all of our areas. And those recruitment efforts are important. And making sure that we maintain our employees, make sure we're getting top employees and keeping those employees and getting feedback, ongoing feedback from our applicants and our employees once they are hired. I tell my team all the time, the one thing that we all have in common is that we all enter the organization through HR. And that experience either going to keep us here or it's going to, are we going to leave from that? But we all have experienced that part of the organization together. So we're going to strengthen it. This is a start to identifying the problem, getting to the root causes, and getting some solutions, and then monitoring that work. We didn't ask them to come just to give you a report to put on the shelf. We have to monitor that, and the expectation of provide the timeline and the expectation of when these changes will be made and to report out to the board. So there are next steps that are forthcoming. Thank you again to the council for your great work. And we look forward to reporting back to you of the changes that we've implemented in the organization.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll go ahead and move on with our agenda this evening.
Thanks, team.
Thank you. Okay, we are going to go ahead and do public comment now. We have 4 speakers to address the board this evening. The first speaker is Catherine Curry de Souza. Topic is staffing and teacher work conditions. Board action requested. Listen to my concerns and take into consideration maybe staff work conditions. Board Liaison Nichols, do you have Ms. Curry de Souza?
Yes, she's on the line.
Okay, you have 4 minutes to address the board.
Good evening. I'm Kate Curry de Souza. Thank you so much for taking the time for my comment this evening. I am going to start with saying that I have 2 children who have gone through Columbus City Schools. We are very proud Columbus City Schools parents. My older son is on a full ride scholarship this year, in part, I think, largely due to his successful year abroad in France, based off of his education at Kenwood, which was fantastic and superior in many, many ways. And our younger son is also now a student at Kenwood. He is a 2nd grader. Initially, he had actually wanted to speak to you tonight because he realizes that this is how you tell people who are important how you feel. And And with the change of going virtual continuously until January, there was less pressure for him to speak to you about how he felt. But it's interesting because from this experience of trying to prep him about what's happening with the schools, he understands, about the pandemic and why we're staying home. His feeling was, well, why would people who are supposed to take care of me going to allow me to go to school where I can die because I'm exposed to the pandemic? And as a parent, it's really heartbreaking to hear your 7-year-old say that because we have been trying to make this like an extended summer vacation with lots of workbooks. We've been at home when he wasn't in school because we did not want him to have the pressure of the pandemic on his shoulders. But after having this experience in these last 2 weeks with this really poor communication that has come from the administration of this school, I've realized that he was taking in a lot more than I had realized initially. And on top of that his immediate pivot from this was if his teacher and the people that he loves, like his librarian and his gym teacher, are going to have to still be going to the school because he's worried that they're going to get sick and die. And so my concern and my request to you is that I do not think that it's safe with the way that it is right now for staff to be in the schools, for teachers to be in the schools. It's not safe. We're not in a walled city. Our staff and teachers do not live just in the parameters of the city of Columbus, which may have slightly lower numbers than the rest of the county. This is still an environment that, unfortunately, the pandemic has, to me, I've always known that our buildings are not necessarily equitable. We had a child in a school that was older and we got lucky, and our younger child now is in a brand new school. But there's lots of schools that do not have the same capabilities for HVAC and access to windows or light or other things that would help kids have a healthy environment to be in. And in the same way, the staff members are also then stuck in these environments which are unhealthy. There have been people in the community talking about how their pre-K kid couldn't understand the teacher because she had a mask on, and they became unengaged and disengaged from the Zoom meeting. At this time, we're trying to keep kids engaged. We're trying to keep them connected. And I didn't realize how much my kid needed that connection with a teacher. I know we could have opted for the virtual choice. That virtual programming was not acceptable. So we opted because we really wanted him to have a connection with his teacher at Kenwood because she is amazing and he needs that time seeing other kids like him, even if they're from home. And so to find out that there is no resolution about staff and teachers being sent back home where the internet connectivity is going to be sufficient, where there isn't going to be glitching, because when the programs glitch, my son becomes disengaged from learning, which is not helpful. This is not a sustainable way for us to be able to continue to do at-home learning.
Ms. Curry DeSouza, your time is up. We do thank you for addressing the board today, and give your kiddo a hug. It's hard on all of them. It's hard right now to be a parent. It's hard to be a student. It's hard to be a teacher. It's hard. So we feel that, and we will have more on your actual questions in a report later from the superintendent. So we hope that you can stick around and listen to that concerning the staff and plans for going back. And so we will go ahead and move on to the next speaker. And we will address questions from the board at the end of all 4 speakers because they are the same topic. So we will hear from Ashley Noble. The topic is the hybrid schedule and other concerns. The board action requested is make the adjustments.
President Adair, the speaker's on the line.
Thank you so much. Ms. Noble, you have 4 minutes to address the board.
Good evening, board members. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. I would also like to publicly thank the teachers and principals that have worked above expectations to support their students and families. I requested to speak tonight because I've been incredibly disappointed in how our district is handling the hybrid schedule, the multiple changes that have been announced, and a seemingly lack of consideration for teachers and families. The first issue I'd like to address is the changes to the schedules. Over the last few weeks, we have been told school would be back in session on 4 different occasions with 4 different dates. While I understand that these months have been deemed unprecedented times, the multiple announcements have been cumbersome, stressful, and unnecessary to your students and their families. Working families such as mine have had to make multiple arrangements due to your poor communication and announcing multiple reopening plans that seemingly change every couple of weeks. Community members have been told the date would fluctuate based on COVID cases, and while I can appreciate your willingness in keeping students and staff safe, you have in turn also caused difficulty with work schedules, preparing students for returning to school, and confusion. I recognize this year is unlike any other. However, there are districts in the area that I work alongside with that have successfully implemented hybrid plans with far less confusion and frustration than what Columbus has done. You should be proud, however, of your teachers and principals. In the last few weeks, they're the only positive thing I can think of within the district. Since the plan has changed yet again, I'd like to ask you, have any of you attended a virtual class in your district? Do you see the responsive activity from the students? Do you see their frustration, their tired eyes, and tired bodies? The Zoom calls, while beneficial for them to see their teachers and classmates, is taking its toll. My son once was going to school. I never had to fight to get him there. Currently, he dreads the 5-hour Zoom calls and screen time. He is literally in tears by the end of the day. He no longer enjoys school. His teacher and I are in communication often, and she has seen the change in his attitude and his effort. Adjustments to the expectations of students' virtual instruction time needs to be considered, or we bite the bullet and put our students on the hybrid schedule. We will never be free of COVID, and our children's lives must move on. As a country, we do not know the repercussions of this lost time of academic growth or social and emotional development. Another recent disappointment has been in contacting anyone through customer service hotline or your central enrollment office. In September, parents were asked to choose a hybrid schedule for their children. My husband and I are both essential workers with inflexible schedules, and I knew the importance of completing the schedule promptly. I completed the schedule choice immediately, and I checked it at least 2 other times in Infinite Campus, and I asked 2 separate district teachers to ensure I had completed in the system. I received notice from his teacher that he was in Group A on Friday, October 9th, but by Monday the 12th, he had been switched to Group B. I called the fax line and was told I needed to contact the school principal. The principal told me I had to contact central enrollment. I sent emails every day and tried calling the customer service line and the central enrollment line at least twice a day for 4 days before receiving a response. I resorted to contacting the superintendent's office just so I could physically speak with someone. After I spoke with that staff member, I received an email stating parent requests were not being taken at this time and my son's schedule would not be changed. I contacted the principal, and she also contacted central enrollment. I was given the option of changing my son's schedule at the cost of changing his classroom. My son has been with the teacher the last year and a half, and this was an insulting offer. This is absolutely unacceptable and frustrating. I was told there was no record of my request. I know this to be false as I had checked it multiple times, and my son was on the original roster for hybrid A. I did what the district asked of me, and for my inquiries and requests to be cast aside so completely is disrespectful and disheartening from the district that I was once happy to be a part of. I'm not asking for a change because I didn't do my part. I'm asking that the district honor my original request. I know I'm running out of time, but given the current announcement that was given today, you may consider this an unimportant concern, but I'm still asking that my son's schedule be changed to the original schedule of hybrid A and it be documented in your system so when it's time for hybrid learning, I don't have to deal with the situation that I've been dealing with the last week and a half. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Noble. Are there clarifying questions from the board?
President Adair, I think you're on mute, or I must have a bad connection.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Ms. Noble, for addressing the board. The next speaker is Muriel Henault, and topic is the lack of substitutes in school reopening plans. Board action, consider pausing reopening until protocol plans are in place to support the diverse families within the community.
Adair, the speakers on the line.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hinault, if I'm saying that correctly, and I apologize if I'm not, you have 4 minutes to address the board.
Thank you, President Adair, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dixon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marielle Hinault. You got it right. I live in North Linden, and I'm the parent of a second grader at Indianola Informal. I wanted to thank you all for making the really difficult decision to press pause on the district reopening plans. I know it was not an easy decision because so many of our 50,000 plus kids are really struggling with remote learning. But cases are trending upward, and we are rushing towards the finish line for which we were unprepared with health and safety protocols that, frankly, we're just unable to implement in time. And I believe with all of my heart that this was the right choice. But now that we've paused the reopening, we have the opportunity to figure out how the district can actually best serve all of our families during this pandemic, with a focus on supporting the most vulnerable kids who so badly do need to be in a safe physical learning environment during the day. To that end, I want to share a statement from a friend who couldn't speak at the meeting tonight. So here's what my friend Elisa asked me to read on her behalf. I do not have the numbers to know how many students have completely fallen out of the school system since schools closed last March, but I can tell you about one little girl who almost became a silent number. Her single mom does not use email and does not speak English. As a bilingual Peruvian American, I have many friends in the Columbus immigrant community, and her mom is one of them. On the first day of school this year, I had my own CCS kids to set up and connect to class, and then I spent the day back and forth wearing gloves and a mask between two other non-English speaking families who had asked me for help. Once I had their kids connected, I called Jamila's family. Mom didn't even know school had started. She did not have her daughter's class information, a Chromebook, or even know her teacher. I was able to get her a Chromebook and track down her teacher. And 2 days later, Jamila was finally able to start first grade. So like my other Spanish-speaking friends, they called me several times a week for help. For the handful of families I've been able to guide through virtual schooling over video calls and careful visits, there are hundreds who do not have someone to advocate for them. Why has the school board not spent the past 7 months developing a plan for these families? Even with my assistance, these students are struggling with language barriers and lack of resources. Instead of a hybrid learning plan, why don't we have in-person learning plan focused on these families who are most at risk, the families who have already lost so much school time? Why bring back every single student and create unsafe, crowded schools, expose more bodies to the virus, and complicate learning for others who are doing well with virtual schooling? This is not sustainable. We could be offering limited, safe, in-person learning to those who need it. Even come January, if my children could continue virtual learning from home and Jamila could go to a school environment with limited students, we would all be safer. I want the school board to provide options. You cannot have equitable education without options. This is Marielle again, and I agree with Elisa. So I am asking that during this pause in the reopening plans, the district take the time to actually survey parents, caregivers, teachers, and staff to come up with real, equitable, thoughtful options that serve a whole community and commit to stability for our families, rather than flip-flopping these plans with only a few weeks' notice, because we cannot go through this again. It wreaks havoc on our families' jobs and our children's mental health. Lots of urban school districts around the country are offering their communities 3 or more learning options. Why don't we identify a few buildings in the best condition and make them as safe as humanly possible to offer 5 days a week, full-time, in school, or learning center options to those families who truly need it? For as long as COVID's a real risk, allow everyone else who wants to continue remote learning at home so that more rooms available in the school buildings for the students who really actually need to be there. I'm sure there are other solutions too, but with so many students to serve in a completely unprecedented time, we can't rely on a one-size-fits-all approach, because we are not a one-size-fits-all community, and we all need as much stability and support as we can get. So let's get creative together. And then
Thank you so much, Ms. Hinault. Your time is up, and I do appreciate that last bit of let's get creative together, because it will take all of us. And I think some of your questions will be addressed by the superintendent's report this evening. Dr. Pierce, do you have a clarifying question?
So my clarifying question was for our first speaker, Ms. Carrie am I having this right on the agenda? Carrie De Souza. She indicated that her son wanted to speak to us. And given the decision that was made, he did not see it pressing anymore. My clarification question was, does her son feel that he can only speak to us when there's a pressing matter? As servant leaders and representatives of this community, these are more than just cutouts for me. That was an opportunity for us to listen to a student voice. I want our students to understand that they can always come talk to us. It doesn't have to be a pressing issue. So my clarifying question was to her child, our student. Does he feel that he can only come talk to us when there's a pressing issue? I want to be there when there's pressing issues. I want to be there when there's celebrations. I want to be there when there's work. I want to be there when there's time to rest. Our students need the balance between all.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Do you have any questions for this speaker?
No, but I would have loved the opportunity to ask.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pierce. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the comments that you had about being open for all of our children. I think that we do agree for that. Are there any questions for this speaker? Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Hinault, for sharing that with us this evening. And please, again, listen on through the board presentation to get some more answers to your questions. The last speaker tonight is I'm gonna mess this up, I'm so sorry. Garcella Leahy, and you will come tell me how to say your name appropriately so I can say it. And you are here to speak to us on school reopening and safety. And the board action requested is keep us safe and tell us the truth. So we'll wait for Board Liaison Nichols to come back with the speaker.
President Adair, the speaker's on the line.
Thank you so much. Will you please tell me your name so I know how to say it?
My name is Graciela Leahy.
Thank you, Graciela. You have 4 minutes to address the board.
Hello. Thank you for giving me time to speak tonight. My name is Graciela Leahy. I'm an 8th grader at Columbus Gifted Academy. I love my teachers and my school, and I'm proud of the teachers and the school staff. I would also like to thank you and express my appreciation and gratitude that you pressed pause on the return to school. However, no one is impressed with the rate at which this happened, the communication with teachers and families, and the lies that have been told along the way. I would specifically like to address these lies. Since kindergarten, I and my classmates have trusted you with our education. We're now supposed to trust you with our lives, but we no longer know if we can trust what you say. On a recent Instagram post, you said that teachers were welcomed back with balloons and chalk drawings. However, you failed to mention the schools with mice droppings and water damage that teachers were also greeted with. You spoke to the news and stated that teachers with health issues and teachers who are immunocompromised have the option to not to return to the building. But behind the scenes, teachers are being forced to use their sick days until they have to quit. You were downright lying to parents, claiming that students had to go back to buildings for testing, while, according to principals, they have the option to opt out for their safety. While you are assuring the public that students and teachers will be safe, teachers have reported differently. The union conducted a survey of CCS teachers, which you can find on the Columbus Education Association's website. Here are the results. 25% of CCS educators report that a few or many in their building were not properly wearing face coverings in common areas. 30% of CCS educators completing the survey were not provided cloth-based masks by the district. 37% of CCS educators reported receiving either disinfectant or hand sanitizer, but not both. 38% of CCS educators completing the survey did not believe their workspace had been cleaned prior to their return. 70% of CCS educators believe their building does not have the appropriate facilities to promote hand washing for all students. 71% of CCS educators reported receiving no training on how to use the disinfectant they were provided. I strongly encourage you to address these lies you've told, even if some are no longer applicable without the return to school. You must do better. We need to be able to trust you now and in the future. We know that you won't tell we need to know that you won't tell any more lies and that you won't BS your way through problems for the sake of increasing your reputation in the school district. We need you to know that we are watching, we are paying attention, and you can't hide anymore. Our lives, our futures are in your control. Again, while we thank you for pressing pause on the transition to the school buildings, it is only a step in the right direction to rebuild the trust that you've broken. I hope that next time you make a decision, you plan things and you make sure the plan is equitable. And maybe next time you won't have to lie. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Leahy. Those are very powerful words you just said to this board. And, calling people liars and using that sort of terminology is very, very strong. I think that while we all are in a time of great upheaval and a lot is moving, one thing I can tell you for sure is that we are not lying to the community. And when specifically talking about our health and safety, we really are working hard to go above and beyond to ensure that our buildings are safe, our staff are safe, and you, our students, are very, very safe. And while we know not everything is perfect and it's not perfect in a normal world, we're working very hard with our union partners to ensure that there is health and safety for everyone who is part of our district. And some of the items and some of the things that you mentioned, the superintendent will talk about. So I hope you stay tuned with your family to listen to some of the things that are going to be said specifically around health and safety and different types of protocol. But I will tell you, and I will tell this community, this is hard. And we are here to make hard decisions. That's why you elected this board. And none of us, even though we may disagree, and that's okay, because there is power in disagreement as a board. One thing that none of us are liars. And so we do tell the community the truth. Now, you might not like the rate of communication. That could be fair. You might not like how the communication is done. That is also can be fair. But one thing that we do and one thing that we value is our word. So I want to say that. I do want to say thank you so much for coming to speak with us. As Dr. Pierce said, we really enjoy hearing from students. You spoke very well. And, your words are powerful and we appreciate them very, very much. Are there any clarifying questions for Ms. Leahy? Dr. Pierce.
So my first question for Ms. Leahy is, do you feel that you can come to the board when there are good things to share with us and not just when there's pressure?
I feel that I can come to the board, but I don't feel 100% confident that you will listen.
Thank you for sharing that. My next question is, I love the way that you use data to make your argument valid, and you used a variety of different data points. When you were reading off those percentages, can you just share with the community how many educators completed that survey so we have an understanding of the complete population that participated?
I don't know off the top of my head, but if you need clarification, you can visit the Columbus Education Association's website.
And then lastly, I will say thank you so much. It takes a lot to come talk to a board. We're no different than you are. Because we are in a position to be a leader does not make us better than you, does not mean that what you feel and what you experience is not valid. We hear you, we appreciate you, and I acknowledge the bravery that it took for you to come speak to us tonight. Whether we like the message or not, thank you for coming to share the student voice and your personal experience and convictions, not just with this issue, but the level of trust that you have with us moving forward. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? All right, thank you so much for addressing the board this evening. We will now move on to our agenda, and we will turn it over to the superintendent for her executive report. Dr. Dixon.
Thank you, Board President Adair. Tonight, I would like to discuss my decision to stay the course with remote learning. I have my executive team and our Columbus Public Health Commissioner here joining me tonight to answer any questions after the conclusion of my report. By now, all of you have received my message to the community outlining the decision and next steps to bring our students back to blended learning at a later date. Now I'd like to talk a little bit more about the why. First, this decision to stay the course was not made overnight. There was a lot of thought, data reviewed, speaking with staff and stakeholders. But there was one non-negotiable set for any of these discussions, that we must keep our students the priority. We are the largest pre-K-12 school district in Ohio. With that, we have the responsibility of educating almost 50,000 students, transporting an additional 13,000 students from charter non-public, and a staff of almost 10,000 adults. That's 72,000 people that we're responsible for in some way during a global pandemic. That's a huge responsibility that we've been tasked with. And although we've had this responsibility in years before, we did not have a global health crisis to manage. This layer adds complexities that are not within our control. I hear you. I know you're frustrated. There have been many changes. I hear you. I've read your emails, good and bad. We receive your messages from customer service, good and bad. Your voices have not fell on deaf ear. There are many complexities, and we've stated that over and over again. Have we not communicated to the best? In many cases, we have not. There are many complexities. There are things that are changing as we speak. Please, I've asked before to be patient. There's no excuse. I'm not here to even say that there are any excuses. But I want you to know that I hear you. As I stated earlier, educating our students will continue to be our priority. That will not change. However, the way we educate our students has. And while we're in this global crisis, it will continue to change. It is not the way we want to educate our students. Just as the one caller stated before, we want to be flexible. We know that some students can come to our buildings while some students remain at home. We want to be able to be flexible. Unfortunately, in our reality, we cannot bring all of our students in our buildings and teach them face to face like we have normally done. And our reality now is, how do we continue to do this, educate our students for the next 10 weeks? The next 10 weeks, what does that look like? How can we be more creative, more innovative, provide more resources for our students and families for the next 10 weeks. I believe there is something that we can do, and that is bring our students back in smaller cohorts. Our students, again, need us. All of our students need us. Some students need us more than others. When we talk about equity, giving our students what they need, we can provide some of that in smaller cohorts. We can enhance our student supports, the supports that we're providing our students and families. And I will speak to more of that in a few moments. And finally, each of us play a critical role in making sure our students get what they need. It's the equity agenda that we're currently designing. How do we ensure the barriers to student success are removed? The health disparities, policy reform, mental health issues, reform to standardized testing. It would take all of us working together to remove those barriers. And we can do it, and we can do it safely. So to our community, again, I hear you. I'm here to lead this district during a unprecedented time. I'm the leader. I take full responsibility. You're entrusting your students in our care. And know that we're doing the very best to make sure that we're keeping our students, we're planning to keep our students safe, and that we have plans to keep our staff safe. We have to have our teachers. Our student and teacher relationships is what make our students thrive. It's those relationships that help create and make our students the leaders that they are today. Our teachers challenge our students. They care for our students. I know that our teachers want to be in the presence of their students. And so do our students want to be in the presence of their teachers. But I recognize that we have to do that safely. And yes, to those that say we keep changing the course, there have been some changes. I agree. But do we want to consistently change and consistently upset our parents and our stakeholders? No. We want to provide the best education opportunity for the students and the families that we serve. That is a non-negotiable. We are working with various partners to make sure that our teachers and other support staff have the right environments to come to work in, the safe environments with PPE, with training, all of those resources for a district our size. We are not like our other suburban districts. We are different. We're larger. We have more complexities. We have more challenges, and we're not going to shy away from those challenges, but understand this is not a perfect time for a perfect solution. But know that we're working passionately with a lot of energy to get this right during this time. And we're not going to compromise the health of a child, the health of our families, the health of our family members, meaning our staff. We're getting expert advice. We're looking at guidelines, federal guidelines, local guidelines, state guidelines. We're doing our research. We are being very thoughtful about providing safe environments for our students. Our students need us, but I also need you. And during these unprecedented times, we have to think out of the box. We have to use this opportunity, as I stated before, to be more creative, more innovative, and provide more resources. And we have teachers and administrators that are doing that. And to those, I applaud you. because we're doing it and we're doing it afraid. This virus has no name. We can all rest on our laurels and say that we're going to continue with remote and not bring any students in, but that is not the best for our students. You're going to hear me talk about how we're increasing the capacity to provide a better food service model for our students. I hear you, families. You've taken pictures. You've sent me emails. I hear you, and we're addressing that. Thank you to our communities who are running, our community partners who are running our learning, our LECs, our learning extension centers. I hear you. You wanted our community partners to be involved. During this time, we've had so many community members who have come together and said, we're going to wrap ourselves around you, Columbus City Schools. We're going to provide the resources that we need for our families. This is happening in an unprecedented way. Thank you to the City of Columbus, the City Council, who provided 25,000 computers. They provided those to our students so that we removed yet another barrier. Thank you to those partners who provided access for hotspots. Again, you removed another barrier. And there are yet more barriers to be removed. Our board is going to be fighting for legislation and policy reform. We are challenged with bringing more mental health services, not only to our students, but to our staff. We want our staff to have people to talk to. We know that it's critical that we come together as only a student community, but a community of adults, and providing all the resources that's needed for all of us. During this crisis, I think there are also some opportunities and privileges. And that one privilege that I have is to have to set the best course for our students. It's a crisis, but it's a moment to do something unprecedented and to do it right. We're improving. We're going to continue to improve. We're going to challenge ourselves to make sure that the students that have the greatest needs come to us as safely as possible during this pandemic. That's what we can offer to our families. We're going to continue to stretch ourselves and communicate more with our families, provide more feedback during this global pandemic when we can't be in person as we want to, but we can figure out ways to do that and do that better. And we're committed to doing that. So I would like to move to the presentation and to outline those things that we are committed to doing and committed to doing to improve upon. The board members, I welcome any questions and discussions afterwards, any clarifying questions that I or the team can answer. What I would like to talk about is where we are currently, what information we can provide to our community about the issues we're facing, where we're going next, how will we sustain trust in our district and schools during this time of remote learning. Because we recognize many people, for whatever reason, do not trust us right now. And we are working to build that trust. And how will we get there? What steps we're going to take to enhance our district actions to also stimulate community support. So we will postpone blended learning plans for most of our students through the end of the first semester, and that's January 15th. As I stated earlier, we were planning to return November 2nd. So from November 2nd to January 15th is 8 weeks. And we're including this week and next week, that's 10 weeks. So 10 weeks of that would get us to the end of this semester. We're gonna specify specific groups who will require in-person instruction as a part of a blended learning model. Our career and technical education students, they need specific experiences in order to get their credentials. Those students have worked hard. They're in fields, they're needed fields, and we want to support their work and do so safely. So those students will return November 2nd. We've identified our pre-K students, pre-K through 12 students with complex needs. Again, we've identified the students and talked with their parents, and their parents have said, yes, I believe that my students can come back in as safe as possible in the buildings so that we can provide the services that they need. So our career and technical education and our pre-K through 12 students with complex needs will return on November 2nd. We will also identify 2 other cohorts at a later time. We will announce that those students will come in as well. So the idea is to get smaller cohorts in, as many as possible, from now to January 15th. As I stated before, Columbus City School continues to adapt our services to mitigate the impact of the crisis on student learning. Again, we've heard from our Columbus City Schools community. We heard from some statements tonight. Remote learning stats. I want to share some of those remote learning stats with you. And then our local health data. I am not an expert on the health data. So we've asked an expert to join us tonight if they're for clarifying questions. It is not appropriate for me as a superintendent to try to even interpret to our community where we are with our health data. And that's why we partnered with Columbus Public Health to get their input and to help us understand what is happening. And then we make our decisions based on that conversation and advice for them. They do not tell us what to do or not to do. They give us advice, and then we make our decisions based on that data. So what we've learned. So we've learned, what have we heard rather? So the blended versus remote learning plans. We've heard a lot of people who stated that our plans aren't working, that we don't want to go back. And some remote plans are working, some remote platforms are working well. And we need to find a way to get our kids back. We've heard that over and over and over again. Connectivity and access to technology. We've heard people say, what happens when we when we lose our students' password? What happens if we can't connect to the internet? What happens if we have a broken piece of technology? What do we do? And then our food service delivery model. Our families have said, Superintendent, we do not like the model. The food choices are not the best. We've had some damages in some of our boxes are damaged. We hear you. I hear you. And we are making some changes based on what we've heard. So technology devices distributor, I want to give you an update on how many of devices we've given out, district enrollment, and student attendance. So let's look at our devices. Remember last year when I started in the district, I stated that I wanted to break the district up in regions. So we have a regional approach. So we have 6 regions that make up Columbus City Schools. And so you will see here the number of Chromebook distributions that we have by region and the number of hotspots. Now, hotspots were distributed based on request. So if our families stated that they needed a hotspot, we made sure the families had that. And also with Chromebooks, the families needed multiple Chromebooks. We made sure that families had their devices that they needed, and also to make sure that access to internet was not a barrier. So you see that listed here. Our district enrollment. So to date, we have 47,000 students. And then you see the amount of students in our digital academy, and then how many students in remote learning. Again, providing more transparency. And then look at our regional enrollment. So here, this slide shows you not only how many students are by region, but the demographics of those students by region. Student attendance. So here you will see that there's something happening with region 1, 2, and 3, and 4. I'm sorry, 1, 2, 3, and 5. They have under 70% of total attendance. And that is something that we are working on. We know now that we have about 1,600 students that are not engaged. And we are researching and planning of what is happening. Is it a device that's broken? Is it internet access? What is happening? The reason that we have 1,600 students that are not engaged, and then what other supports can we provide specifically to Region 3, where we have 57% total attendance. So we want to be able to look at the data, as I stated earlier. We're looking at our data. We have a regional approach to see exactly what is happening, so we can make sure that this attendance percentage go up across all subgroups. And we know in order to do that and do that well, we have to invest in additional resources and partner with others to make sure that we close these gaps and remove the barriers. And student attendance is one. As I stated, our local health data, I do have Dr. Mashika Roberts, who's on tonight. And when we get to that point, we can have her chime in on any questions that we have about our local health data. But again, I hear you, families. I receive your emails about the number of cases. I've received your emails about how dare you, superintendent, not look at the cases, not consider the cases, and do anything about the spread of this virus. Again, I hear you. We partner with other entities so that we have an understanding about what's happening with our health data before we make decisions or recommendations. So where are we going next? We plan, again, we hear you. We're continuing to look at our data. We're listening to our stakeholders. And so what we're doing as of November 2nd is implementing phase 1 of our blended learning equity model. And that is, again, bringing in smaller cohorts. We're enhancing our, go back a slide, Scott, I'm sorry. We're enhancing our remote supports, and we're developing district metrics that guide our decision making, because people have asked and several times, how are you making your decisions? What is guiding your decisions? And we're going to talk a little more about that. So again, as I stated, specific student groups who require in-person instruction as a part of our blended learning model. Career and technical education students will begin November 2nd, and they will be at Fort Hays and Downtown High School. And then our pre-K through 12 students with complex needs, also November 2nd. We've identified 61 buildings which these students will be, that we will have programming in 61 of our 110 school buildings. So we're going to be very intentional about spreading our students out during the next 10 weeks. So also over the next several weeks, we're going to, as I stated, we're going to be exploring additional specific groups who will benefit from blended in-person opportunities. And so we're going to start with that. We're going to be asking for supports from our teachers who can help us with identifying what those students need. So look for more information regarding the next student groups that we would like to come in for a blended opportunity. Enhance remote supports. Our learning extension centers, our food service programs. So our learning extension centers, we have 145, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. Our food service program, our tech support, engagement and feedback, social emotional support, and options for OST testing. So let's get to learning extension centers. But let's go to our district, develop our district metrics. So let's go back to this one. So I talked about earlier, when we talk about the decisions and how we're making our decisions and what analytics are we using. So we decided that, yes, we are partnering with Columbus Public Health. We get data from the ESC of Central Ohio, but also this is an opportunity that we may want to use those partners and also enter a partnership with Ohio State University to see how can we develop something that's unique for Columbus City Schools, that we are making our decisions based on these metrics, something we can put on our website, something that we're being transparent and we're monitoring, and who can help us put those this together. So CATS is COVID analytics and target surveillance. It enables health and district officials to drill down data to buildings and districts, city versus county level, for ability to better analyze risk and learning models. It uses a combination of citywide data and local data and trends to develop various indicators and benchmarks. That is what we need, because we understand that this, the virus, the county levels changes, right? But we don't want to have to be dependent upon a color-coded system. We need more information about what's happening in our city and our zip code with the ages of our students versus our adults, and be able to explain that to our families and have something that families can click on and see that information whenever they need it. So Columbus City Schools is combining strategic partnerships, the latest technology, smart planning, unique design for best possible student learning during our COVID-19 environment. Remote supports, enhancements, and plans, and a blended learning equity timeline, as we stated. So our learning extension centers. We're so excited about those. They are a true community partnership effort with many of our city's nonprofit and faith-based organizations. They have stepped up. Last May, when our engagement team, they came up with this idea, working with some others, And we said our community are the best advocates and allies for our families. And how can we get them to come together to provide services for our students and resources and services for our students and families? And 145 LECs were identified across the city. And then make it, and so what we provided is a map, and I want you to see the map for where these LECs are located. So in red are our school buildings, and they're located by region. And in purple is a learning extension center. So our students have the opportunity, if they can't, they don't have a quiet space to learn at home, they can go to a learning extension center. If our families, working families, need a place for our students to go during the daytime, they can go to a learning extension center who are adhering to the COVID guidelines. They are safe spaces for small groups of students with professionals that are assisting them with their learning. They are using our platforms. We've trained our leaders at our learning extension center, so they have our resources. So they're not implementing a separate curriculum. We provided our resources for our students to be able to use at our learning extension centers. So thank you to all of our nonprofits and community organizations who have stepped up and stated, I want to be a part of that. They're located in your neighborhood. So regardless of what school your student may attend, because we have open enrollment, we have LECs in your neighborhood. And if there are some areas where we need more, and there are, then we are look at plans to create more LECs, even if we have to utilize some of our school buildings to expand that. And we will do that. We need to expand in the school buildings. We will, because we know, again, as I stated, there are some regions that need more centers for our families. Also, our food service program. We've been talking about our food service program. We've been talking about, we've served over 1 million families. But the families have said, you know what, we are so appreciative and thank you, district, but we need more variety. We need more fresh fruits, more fresh vegetables, and we need something different. And we have stepped up again. And starting November 2nd, and you're going to get more information, but starting November 2nd, you're going to be able to go to one of those 61 buildings, and you're going to be able to get a hot breakfast, a hot lunch. Your students can eat it on site, social distancing, of course. And you'll also be able to take a weekend package home. We're going to still provide food for you to take during the weekend. But I hear you, families. I hear you, community leaders. You ask us to change, and we are listening. I hear you, students. There's a recent survey. That survey is due October 23rd. Please respond to that survey and get that back to us. We want to be able to improve our services to our students and our families. So thank you to our food service team under the leadership of Joe Brown for continuing to change and listen to our families. And to all of our partners, our food service workers, thank you. You have been there. You have been helping our families. You have been checking some of these food packets, and you too have said, hey, there is a way that you can utilize us to do better. So thank you to our union leadership, to Lois Carson, and for advocating on behalf of our food service team, and helping us and helping our team move into this direction. Thank you. So our technology support, even though we've provided our Chromebooks and hotspots, We still said families to say, okay, I'm having trouble logging in. I forgot my student's password. I need my Chromebook I need my Chromebook data reset, or anything that applies to technology. What can we do? We have an answer for that. We are providing family evening sessions, a help desk for our families. So you don't have to call your school. You can call the district help desk evening hours, and that person will troubleshoot with you. It's almost like when we call and we need help with our cell phone or our cable reset. It's that same customer service that we're going to provide to you, so you would not have to be frustrated by not being able to log on to our technology. So thank you to our technology team, again, for working to set up this opportunity for our families. Engagement and feedback. We've we send surveys to students and families and staff. We're going to increase that. We've heard that we're not getting enough feedback. We are working with a partner so that we are not trying to craft these surveys on our own. So you're going to see more outreach so that we can get more feedback from our students, our family, and our staff. During our family engagement sessions, I am committed to attending every week, one session, either on Tuesday or Thursday, so I can hear your feedback. It is difficult, families. It is difficult to get feedback in this space. So I'm committed to joining a virtual family engagement session each week, either Tuesday or Thursday, to get that additional feedback and to hear from you directly from you about areas that we need to improve upon, or to even hear the things that are working well. I would like to hear that as well. Providing assistance to our displaced students in our shelters. We hear you. Many of our students that they do not in our shelters have the privacy. So we are providing not only additional tech support, but also transportation to and from a LEC. So our students in our shelters need a quiet space to do their work. We're going to provide that transportation to and from, as well as additional support to our students who are in shelters, because again, removing that barrier so that they too can have some continuity of education. And then we're partnership with ETSS for direct outreach to our immigrant and new American families. Again, families, I hear you. We have families that speak multiple languages in our district. And that was a barrier for not being able to communicate with our families. So we are partnering with them to make sure that we have more of our information interpreted in the language that we need it to be. That is a direct correlation to families having a gap. You know, if their student is speaking English and their parents are speaking Spanish, we need to make sure we have our resources in Spanish or Arabic or French, whatever that language. We're committed to not only having the services for interpretation, but having the materials available for families in that language. And our social emotional support. So we recognize that our school counselors have been leading the way in providing social emotional supports to our students during virtual learning. And thank you to our school counselors. We know the mental health, not only of our students and staff, is just as important as our physical health. And we want to make sure that we have those supports increase those supports for our students, but also making sure we have those supports for our staff. Staff members, I have read those emails that you've sent about your own physical challenges and those of your family members. I've received the pictures that you've sent of your family members. So again, I'm listening. I hear you. And we are going to get through this and get through this together. And we're going to continue to find ways to strengthen, enhancing the social emotional support that we provide to our students and our staff. And we've started that, and you'll hear some more about that. That will go directly to our staff members. And our options for OST testing. We have these mandates, even during a global pandemic. All school districts must administer the third grade reading test. And that test is supposed to start November 2nd. We're supposed to start November 2nd through the 6th to administer the test. And I've stated that is not our priority right now to administer this test. Yes, districts must administer it. We're looking for exploring options for our third graders to take it, perhaps. But we're not a district that's focused right now on our students coming in just to be tested. That's not our focus. Is it a requirement? Yes, it is a requirement. Have they provided extended deadlines? Yes, they extended the deadline to November 6th. A few weeks ago, we learned right before one of our announcements, they changed the test. And so many districts began to pivot. And again, as I stated, it's very difficult for us to pivot of the district our size. But we're looking for other ways that we can get information about how our students are doing. Instead of trying to figure out a way that we can get thousands of kids in a space just for one purpose, as we see the number of cases increase, and we see that many adults are afraid of that number of cases that are increased, and they don't want to jeopardize their health and the possible health of our students. I hear you, and we're looking for some other options for this. More to come, but we are not focused on bringing our students back just for testing on November 2nd. Again, CCS will remain in a mostly remote environment through the end of the first semester, which ends on January 15th. We will reevaluate our plans to expand the blended learning model district-wide in December as we prepare for the end of the semester in January. Again, at that time, we hope to have the partnership, the metrics with that partnership with Ohio State, the ESC, and Columbus Public Health. We hope to have all of that done, completed in December. And we want to be able to make those announcements to our families, along with some other components as we prepare for blended, to look at another blended date, and that is January 19th, which is when the new semester begins, but it ends on January 15th. And the orientation sessions. So yesterday we started our orientations for our students because we had planned to start blended learning. So most of our students' orientation sessions will be postponed until we're ready to move in the blended learning model. So again, we had offered remote and in-person opportunities for our students that were beginning November 2nd. But for those students who are coming, there are CTE students and our students with complex needs, our schools will continue to offer the option of a virtual or a 15-minute in-person opportunity. Again, family's choice. If you are more comfortable with the optional virtual tour orientation, or you can do a 15-minute in-person opportunity if your choice. Again, we want to be able to still provide those orientation sessions this week and next week prior to November 2nd, when our small cohorts will begin to come. So finally, I know many people may be asking too, one of the questions, when does staff, what's the report on staff? I received emails yesterday. Okay, can staff begin to work from home? And I would like to say, remember, we have 9,000 employees. So 9,000 employees that we are considering, where will they work? We want to be flexible. We want to identify those staff members who we believe should work remotely from home. We hear you. There are many staff members who've said, I can work best at home because of additional health challenges. And we're going to offer that opportunity. We plan to have all of those announcements for all of our staff groups by the end of this week, Friday, so that the new remote working environment will start on next Monday. So again, we will start Monday. We will identify all employee groups this week that would come from HR. Until then, we don't want our team to have to adhere to or take FFCRA. Remote working starts tomorrow. So even though we will still be in our buildings tomorrow, you don't have to take any leave tomorrow. So again, just be patient. We will have all of those groups identified. You would get that information from Human Resources, and we will begin that the next Monday. So with that, again, thank you to our administrative team. Thank you to our staff, and thank you again to our community. Again, this is not perfect. We know that, but these are unprecedented times, and we are improving every day to make sure that we are providing not only best care for our students and our employees, and also the optimum learning environment for our students and the optimal teaching environment for our teachers. So thank you. And board member, that concludes my report. Again, I have my staff members, and we also have Dr. Roberts, just in case there's some additional questions or discussions you have around my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dixon, and welcome, Dr. Roberts. Thank you for joining us this evening. We do have a series of questions from board members, and the first will be Vice President Reyes.
Thank you, President Adair. Thank you, Dr. Dixon, for your presentation. That was a lot of information, so I'll apologize if I might ask a question that you may have answered. I was trying to jot down as fast as I could some of the questions that I had, and you and I had a very short discussion on some of the concerns and questions I was hoping would be answered today. Some may be questions, some may be just comments, so bear with me. I think one of the first things is, if a building, a bus, or an area is not up to CDC standards or to our standards, who ensures it's ready, clean, sanitized? And if it's not checked correctly, who is the person that should be reached out to in order to rectify the situation?
So any of those questions, they should be, what are those groups again? You said multiple groups. You said the bus?
Yeah, so like if a bus is dirty.
The operation of the
and if anything is not up to CDC, we talked a lot about earlier in the meeting that people are concerned. So if there's a concern of that magnitude, who's responsible to ensure that it's up to CDC and our standards. Obviously, we want them clean. We want all buildings to be ready for anyone to come into our buildings. And if it's not, who or where should they call with those concerns?
Right, thank you. It depends on who board member Reyes. If it's a teacher, they should contact their principal. Is it if it's a parent that's concerned about transportation, I would again let the principal know about the standards, and then they would get that information to our transportation director. But ultimately, I mean, we have a operations team. We have a chief operating officer that is responsible for that specific strategy in the organization. Or they can send it through customer relations and say, you know what, here's some questions and concerns, send that, and it comes to me, and I give that information to our team. But, you know, ultimately, we are responsible. I'm the, superintendent, I'm responsible. I can, I make sure that each department has met that criteria. We have a remote, we had a task force that was facilitated in part by our deputy superintendent, Dr. Stanford. We can always get information to him as well. But anytime there's some things that are questioned, safety issues that are questioned by a community member, we can send that information, call customer relations. You can always send it to them. But we're committed to doing is providing more transparency around what that looks like, right? So what is our standard of care for our buildings, for our buses, and providing those metrics openly to the organization, putting that on the website, and to see what buildings we have concerns about, if there are some concerns, and being more transparent. So we don't want people to not have an avenue, but we don't want to deflect either. Our buildings and our buses and all of those places have guidelines, CDC cleaning guidelines and maintenance guidelines that have been outlined. And but we want to be able to provide that. If any question, provide that response to those stakeholders.
And Dr. Dixon, if someone calls that customer care line, a lot of times, when you call any organization, there's always that option of press 0. I'm assuming that would be our customer care line. We don't know who to direct our concern with. I'm assuming we have a certain time frame where there's an actual live person.
Yep.
There's an opportunity for them to leave a message if they don't get a live person. And our protocols, they will get a call within 24 to 48 hours.
Yep. Yes. Yep. They can always call. The number is, they can always call customer service. They answer the calls. They send the messages to us. And more than 9 times out of 10, they immediately direct those calls to the person in charge. It's very seldom that they have to get back to that person. Many times they're retired administrators. They know who is responsible for what, and they're answering those calls immediately or directing them to whomever is in charge of that specific area.
Perfect, thank you. My next question is, so we received many great ideas from our parents, our teachers, and community members. Can those be combined with the district strategy if we open in the future? Things like ideas about our special needs children with issues with PPE, childcare issues, whether a parent is trying to work and needs a safe learning environment for their child, similar to the LECs, or those who prefer or are able to keep their children at home. How can we communicate to our community that their ideas are welcomed and we are utilizing those ideas to help us make decisions and shape how we look at our strategy in the future?
Right, that's a good question. And I think that's where our engagement office comes in. That's why, again, we created that engagement office. They can always send an email. We can put that on the website. I think it's engageccs.com, I think, but I'll make sure we put that on the website. And they can always put their suggestions. Many of the ideas that we have come from families, family members, or other stakeholders. Again, like the LECs, you know, that came from a community stakeholders group back in May. That team came up with that idea. So I think Engage CCS, or we'll put it on the website for families to be able to send their ideas directly to us.
Perfect. So as we look at communicating to our parents and stakeholders, something that I've seen other organizations utilize is videos. Maybe, you know, some are cartoon type videos, anything from talking about PPE, social distancing, options, learning, transportation. I've seen some of our Head Start programs do that. They feel that illustrating the message sometimes gets across better than just a email or a press release. Is that something that we can consider as we move forward, not only obviously in English, but in multiple languages?
Yes, and I have Mr. Workman. He can speak to this of what we have done. If you want to speak to this, Scott.
Absolutely. So we do have some videos available on our reopening website, specifically around blended learning. There's some health and safety videos we did with our health services department. We had Dr. Robertson to talk a little bit about the health data as well. And we are preparing videos around blended learning, a safe return to our school buildings. We were out at some school buildings on a bus. All those types of stuff you would need to know as you return to a school building. So those will be released in short order.
Perfect. Thank you. My next question is, as this virus continues to change, numbers fluctuate. There are many more of us that have people impacted, even some who have passed away. This is real life for many of us. And some of us may change our minds on how we want to receive education. Some of us meaning teachers, students, parents. Are we going to continue to see options for some of our students and parents who don't feel comfortable coming back? Other students and parents possibly that may feel uneasy as this virus continues to change or cause havoc as it is now. Will we, as we look at our strategy, and even though we've communicated that there may be a future date, will we continue to provide options that parents need to consider as we may get a little bit, you know, we change our minds? If the virus is scary, it's scaring lots of people.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. I hear you, and I hear our staff members who've said they've had challenges, and even in their own homes. I think in some ways we've all been impacted, you know, by losing loved ones or close friends during these terrible times. And we want other options because we are fearful. And what we're challenged with is providing those different options other than in-person options, right? There are other online options that we can explore, but in-person options, we have to have people to facilitate those. And we know, you know, I think our strategy to continue with small cohorts is a strategy that we are saying our CTE students, it's a small group of students, We've identified our students with complex needs. And we're saying right now we can provide learning for 2,000 students over 61 buildings. And then we're going to identify 2 more cohorts of students, over 61 buildings, or we may need to open up some additional buildings for those students. So I think those options will help parents, I think, feel more a sense of security, and our adults too, because you're right. We can't control this virus or the spread of it, but what is in our control is how we react to it. We're making sure we have our PPE, we're doing our social distancing, we have our barriers in our schools, we're making sure we are wearing our mask, our students wear our mask. Is what we're modeling in central office. If anyone comes to my door, we have our mask. And I'm mindful, okay, Talisa, you cannot walk down the hall without your mask, because I have to model what I expect. And it is what, and I go in someone's office, I would even take a wipe and I wipe off the table and the seat. And they say, you don't have to do that, Talisa, but I want to be responsible too, because I care about my staff and I want them safe too. Even during these times when it feels so odd that I have my chief of staff next door with a glass door. And I don't just walk in her office or walk up to my secretary, my assistant, as I did before, and I think we have to model that and recognize that other people can be impacted when we don't take this seriously. So even as adults, again, requiring masks. So yes, we're looking at other options. There are many online options, right? But many of our students really need to be in front of in front of their teachers. And those are the ones that we're trying to make sure that we're providing more of, so that and doing it in a safe way. And so families, our adults and our students do not feel that we're jeopardizing anyone's health while this pandemic continues. So thank you. That's a great question.
And Dr. Dixon, we are asking parents and teachers and staff to continually communicate with the district if they feel that they have an underlying condition, if there are restrictions, so that we can accommodate to the best of our ability. Whether a child may need to be the only child at one corner of the room while the other ones are social distance on the other side of the room. Whether that child may need to, maybe we need a bigger classroom. Those are things that we need to know and be aware of in order for you to be able to make any such accommodations, if possible.
Absolutely, and we have a avenue for that. And so we've asked our teachers, for example, today and yesterday, I received 2 emails from staff members who were giving me specific things about their conditions, right? And so I sent it to my team and say, hey, we may want to take another look at this. Because remember, we're an organization of 9,000 people, right? So, and we're not a perfect organization, 9,000 people, and some people have very critical and specific needs. And we want to put a human side of that, and looking at that and going back and reviewing again and say, did we miss something? So we are definitely doing that. Do we have, there are federal provisions for our employees too, if they believe they need to take off for childcare reasons. We have all of that. We are not saying to our staff members, my gosh, you're bad people because you have some concerns or special circumstances at home. No, we know that our teachers and other staff members have to do what's best for themselves. Take care of self-care is so important. And I'm reminded of that all the time. A board member told me today, take the first hour before the board meeting, Talisa, and think about self-care. And sometimes we forget it because we're in a rush of trying to take care of students in our work. But that's important. We don't want to jeopardize that because we need our teachers. Our students need our teachers. So we have some provisions for that. And they can continue to work through our HR staff led by Mike DeFabio, just continue to work through HR.
Perfect. And just the last thing is just probably just a statement, is just to we'll continue as a district to communicate changes as quickly as possible. I know there were some concerns from our community about when the governor announced where the community was heading, but ensuring that we had the appropriate communication out, and took us a little bit. So I guess we need to just make sure that we keep our lines of communication open and hear from our community what's the best way and most effective and fastest way we can get our message out about any changes. So I thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Ramona. And I do want to speak to that. You know, yes, we heard the announcement last Thursday. And then Thursday night, I received hundreds of emails of people saying I should call off school the next day, right? But again, I am not a medical doctor, right? I don't make determinations or try to interpret what that data suggests about our pre-K through 12 environment. And so, although we hear that information, we send out a notification to our staff members that night to say, hey, we know that the governor stated this, more information to come. I do not want to put our pre-K 12 staff in a position that we are interpreting health data. And that's why I didn't make an immediate change and say, hey, we're going to stop. I wanted to get more information and really understand what we were hearing, right? And understand this data and make an informed decision about what was happening. So that's why these decisions are not made abruptly, and they're thoughtful, you know, community. We're thinking about this. We're looking at the data. We're trying to make the best decision for the number of people who are impacted by our decision, right? So that impact is important, you know. So we may have, you know, students in region 1, for example, that moving in this direction does not impact them as the students in region 6. That's real. And so, yes, we could always improve our communications channels. I totally agree. Yet what we communicate may not be what people want to hear. But I agree that the way and how often, that there's always room improvement for our communication channel. Thank you. You're right.
Thank you.
Since Ramona's last questions were around health, I didn't know if board members, kind of out of order now from the list we just did, if you had any health questions around the current health data for Dr. Roberts, since she is here. So we will go pause the list for Dr. Dixon, with Beckerly, Cole, Brown, Pierce being the next order, and see if there's questions for Dr. Roberts. Board Member Brown.
Thank you. And I do have a few for Dr. Roberts. Thank you for joining us. I guess the main one is that, you know, keep reading and hearing about people across the country, and quite a few people, and even in our own community, who are not doing the right things, who are not wearing masks, who are attending social gatherings without those, who are not maintaining distances, who aren't regularly or constantly washing their hands. My question is, to what extent is our destiny here in our community in our hands? If we were to diligently step things up here in our community and get more people to do the right things, will that make a difference in our number of infections, our infection rate, and all of that? Or are we going to be significantly impacted by all of the rest of the contact with the rest of the world. And we obviously have that. To what extent is it going to make a difference locally if people step up and do the right things?
Well, good evening, everyone, and thanks for having me. And thanks for the question. It's a good one. I really want to echo what the governor has been saying, that each individual in our community has a responsibility to help us control this virus. And we can each do that individually by following the basic public health guidance that we've been saying for months now. The first is wear your mask. The second is keep 6 feet of spacing between you and others. The third is stay home when you're sick, and wash your hands is the fourth. And then we can go on and talk about avoiding large crowds. We know from the data, not only nationally, but also locally, many of the cases we see are getting exposed to the virus in very small, relatively intimate social gatherings that they choose to attend or host in their home. We have this belief that if we know the people that we're hanging out with, we believe they should be healthy and safe. Many people having this virus don't even know that they have the virus. We've got a lot of asymptomatic individuals out there. So I do think a lot of it is in our control, but it's everyone in our community, all 1.3 million who live in Franklin County, taking the responsibility and adjusting their behaviors accordingly.
Obviously, to the extent that we don't have control over the 1.3 million, but we, as an education institution, we should know how to provide better education to the 50,000 students and the 9,000 employees and their families who we do engage with. Have you seen any examples or heard of examples of communities that have done that, and then how have they managed to do that successfully?
Yeah, that's another great question. I'm not aware of any municipalities that have done that. I am aware of some small, what I would call clusters that have effectively done that. One of them is right here in our own backyard. That's our OSU football team. They've done a remarkable job. They're focused, they're determined, and they don't want to get this virus. They want to play football. And so with that goal in mind, they have adjusted their behaviors. And that not only includes the players, it also includes the coaches. They've made sacrifices from their social life, from their family life, so that they can play football. Again, it's about making the decision, making the sacrifice at times. And there are some sacrifices that we all have to make right now. But I am not aware of any municipalities that have effectively controlled it themselves.
Thank you.
They've reduced the numbers. And I will say that Columbus did a really good job of reducing our numbers when we ordered masks, and then it became a state order back in early July. We saw a significant decrease in cases after masks were ordered. I think now people have gotten comfortable with the mask and have gotten a little complacent. And then we all know there's something called COVID fatigue, and that has definitely set in our community and across the nation.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Other questions for Dr. Roberts specific to health data and what's going on in the health front? Okay, thank you, Dr. Roberts. I don't know if you want to stick around just in case there's something else, but you can feel free.
Oh, looks like someone else has a question.
Board Member Cole?
Thank you. Very quickly. One of the conversations that I've had in the recent past with Dr. Dixon is relevant to the question of alert status. Is it safe to say that looking at alert status, particularly in that of yellow, if we were in yellow for a certain amount of time, when could we say that it's comfortable, or could we use that as kind of a line in the sand, so to speak, in bringing folks back to school, in introducing a plan or executing a plan to bring folks back into school? Would yellow be that that hard line in the sand. And how long, and trust me, I understand all of the variables that impact that status and how quickly things could change based on behavior. But I still at least want to give some sort of guardrail thought to yellow as this line in the sand baseline that says, yes, we can get back to the operations of teaching and learning in our school district the way we traditionally have, but maybe just executing that in this way that we're talking now.
Sure. Well, I'm glad you asked that question. I'm going to answer it, but I first want to just caution you and everyone else that we will probably never go back to the way things used to be. So we've got to get that out of our head. We're going to be wearing masks. We're going to have some social distancing. We're going to be talking about spacing, whether it's on a school bus or a classroom or a restaurant for some time. So we need to embrace that and accept that and then figure out how to work around that so that we can continue on with our lives. So I would just preface that. The other thing I would say is this alert system, the public health advisory system that the state came up with back in July. When they developed the system, it was a way for them to distinguish one county from another, and a way for them to provide some measure of awareness for one jurisdiction or one area, that they needed to pay more attention to this virus than others. As you can see, since July, there have been many counties that have gone red. There have been counties that have gone from yellow to orange. There have been counties that have gone from red to orange, orange to red. It's gone back and forth. At this point, I think it's over 90% of the state is either orange or red. So I don't know if the color code system really means that much anymore, I guess is the point that I'm really trying to make. And I think when we talk about our kids being in school, we need to look at a lot of other factors and not just the color coded system or the public health advisory system. So we need to look at one, is this virus impacting our kids? What's the rate of transmission of this virus in our kids 0 to 19? And when I look at the data locally, we've got 23,000 cases of COVID-19 right here in Columbus and in Worthington. Of those 23,000, 3,900 are kids between the ages of 0 and 19. That's less than 20% of our cases are between the ages of 0 and 19. And then, as you know, just recently, the state started requiring that schools report the number of cases they have to their local health department. And so all schools in Columbus and Worthington have been reporting that information to us for about the last 3 to 4 weeks. In that time, 22 cases have been reported to us from the Columbus School District. Now, I know your students aren't back in the classroom, but if you have administrators or teachers who are in the school buildings, those have to be reported to us as well. We've had 6 cases reported to us from Worthington and 23 cases reported to us from parochial, private, and charter schools. So that's less than 60 cases have been reported to us from K through 12 schools. We've got 23,000 cases in Columbus and Worthington. 60 cases is less than 0.20%, 0.20%. So again, we don't have evidence at this point in time that lends us or makes us believe that K through 12 is a risk for our students or our staff, especially if we're practicing the mask wearing and the social distancing and staying home when we're sick. So I would really discourage any school district, but particularly Columbus School District, from hanging all of their or making all of their decisions just on the public health advisory system. There's a lot of other data that we have available and that will be just as helpful, if not more helpful, for determining if it's safe for our kids and our faculty to go back into this classroom. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Cole.
Thank you so much. It did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Dr. Roberts? Dr. Roberts, we thank you for being here and being a great partner, and also for hosting those tri-weekly calls with us that we participate in. So, you know, we try to stay as informed as we can to make these very important decisions. Again, thank you so much. And you're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to leave if you need to.
Well, thanks for having me. And, you know, I recognize these are very challenging times for everyone. And I know it's a very challenging time for a district of Columbus's size, understanding all the different factors that you have to consider. So thank you for working with us. Thank you for being a partner for us as well. And thanks for everything you do for our kids.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we will go back to our list and for Dr. Dixon. And so the next is Board Member Beckerly. You are muted. Okay, Victoria, while she figures out her sound. Oh, yep, now we can.
I'm back. All right, sorry. Dr. Roberts' last thoughts play into one of the first points I want to make. And it's that reasonable minds can differ. Reasonable, informed, educated, experienced minds can differ on a lot of these things that we are trying to weigh and make sense of right now. The medical people, reasonable minds can differ. The education world, reasonable minds can differ. The problem the thing that makes this so hard is they're differing over things that are very serious and become very emotional and are very loaded with fear. But I think that it's really important to try to keep that in mind. You know, for every letter we get about, you know, don't you dare send us back, it's dangerous, where it's a death trap, all these, you know, extreme things. There are other letters that say, from teachers and parents, you know, my kids need to be in school. This is killing them not being in school. And nobody's really wrong. And it's really hard, but they're really passionate about it because, you know, life and death and sickness and fear that your child isn't learning or will be somehow left out. And all of these things play into really severe emotions. And one of the areas in which reasonable minds can differ is whether the blended learning was the right choice or whether remote was the right choice on an educational front. And personally, I am happy that we're staying remote because I wasn't a big fan of blended learning. But when Dr. Dixon and I would talk about this, she was incredibly passionate about something that I have to respect, which is all learning, all successful instruction is based on relationships. And those relationships are critically, will be built based on interaction. And she understood that it was important to get the kids in front of the teachers and the kids with each other because that relationship needed to be created, cemented, fortified. And she was trying very hard to do that before, you know, God forbid, now we're there, but that the virus got bad and we would have to be remote again. And that is a reasonable position to take. And I think to her credit, when the state turned red, she took a breath and said, let's talk to the local experts first and make sure this is really the right decision. And to people who are on the other side of it and very fearful about the virus, that didn't seem reasonable, but it really was. And I think that that's part of where, I mean, our communication needs to be better, and there's no denying that. And it has for a very long time, so getting it better is going to take a while, and it's already improved a ton. But that's a given, and we have to acknowledge that. But some part of the delay that seems so unreasonable was really, I think, a very reasoned approach to making sure before we switched gears again that it was the right thing to do. And I think it's hard when everybody's emotions are on edge to understand that. But I do think it's true. The other thing that I want to address, and this is directed towards staff and teachers and other staff that we will be asking to be in person during the next quarter, is that I see that, and there's been a lot of talk on, in social media and in emails to me and in other conversations where it's not fair if some teachers don't have to go in while others do. And this is how I see it. I feel like Dr. Dixon is the general, and the teachers and all the staff, but in this case, I'm addressing teachers because they're mostly the ones that'll be in different situations, some working remote and some not. She's a general in a battle situation, and she's got to make these excruciating decisions about who goes to battle and who doesn't. And it has to be based on the strategic plan. And, it's not, it doesn't feel great if you're the one who's, the special ed teacher that has to go in, or maybe you're the CTE teacher, but if the strategy and the plan and the goals are reasonable and important, then I think that it's perfectly legitimate to have some teachers and staff expected to go in while others aren't. And that is, all part and parcel of what's so unfair about this pandemic. I think we are kind of at war. And I've said more than a few times, I kind of wish we were in London during the Blitz and we had the bombs coming and the air raid sirens, because it would be more tangible. Because then we would know that this risk is there and we would be making decisions while not trying to cling to normalcy at the same time. But that's sort of a digression. But so I really think that these are excruciating decisions, but doing right by the kids and doing so by addressing our most vulnerable and neediest kids is really a very reasonable and sensible approach to this. And it's hard and it's not fair, but it's where we are right now. And I know so many, I know the career teachers, I know a lot of special ed teachers, and I know that they will rise up, to start with our theme, or to go back to our theme, and figure out how to do this right and to do the right thing by our students. I think that this pandemic is hitting all kinds of people disparately. I kind of think of, if you were an ER doctor versus a dermatologist, the ER doctors had to go into the hospital and deal with the sick people, including risking catching COVID. The dermatologist during the pandemic can dial it in by having someone take a picture of their rash and send it to them. I think that's where we are. I also want to say that I see the opportunities here. And I'm so happy to see that one of the priorities is going to be working on technical support and technology, because I've been kind of saying this all along. And I think we're there in terms of being ready to make that a priority. And if we can get our engagement department, our equity leaders, our curriculum leaders, and our transformation leaders to work together and work on training teachers to be the best they can be at using the technology, to make sure we're training the children to be the best they can be and proficient at it, to use the technology to engage the families that are not engaged at the moment. We talked about the people we haven't heard from, our attendance rates. All our students now have a device in their hands inside their houses. We can use the technology and our engagement team to reach these families, and our teachers too, and our staff, however creatively we can do it, and bring everyone into the fold during this next quarter at least. And tied into that, another thing I'm really excited about is the decision that we'll deal with the test as best we can, but that's not going to be our priority right now. And I think that we can make such progress by unleashing the power of the technology that we now have in everyone's hands. And if we focus on that with laser-like precision, we can really be in a much better place post-pandemic where we can really start closing the equity gaps. And so I'm really excited about that. The one other thing I wanted to say is I think all of this comes with taking whatever measures or the necessary measures to not only make sure that we have the right protocols, the detailed protocols in place, and as well as the sanitation protocols, and being very public about it. You know, I would encourage Dr. Dixon to have put the procedures and the protocols, have them posted somewhere publicly, and have some process that we're very transparent about making sure they're being maintained and monitored. Because we do owe that to our staff that we are asking to come in, to have confidence that it's not business as usual, that we're taking this whole process extremely seriously, and that we're going to be detailed about it. I mean, you know, bathroom protocols. I was thinking about, you know, I used to teach in the shot tower at Fort Hayes, and there was no bathroom on the 3rd floor. There was a bathroom on the 2nd floor. And I don't think, I might have been it, maybe there was one in the basement, but you know, what's the protocol going to be about using the bathrooms in high school? How are we going to know that we don't have 6 kids in the bathrooms at once? Like all of these things, we have to think them through and require our staff, our teachers, our principals, our custodians, everybody to be really public about what those procedures are, to give everyone a lot of confidence that we are protecting them. And I think that that is important and it's legitimate to expect that level of detail, even though ordinarily we might not provide it. And I think those were the things, but those were the main things. Oh, I know, one last thing. I have to say that while I was not happy to hear one of our public speakers talk in terms of lying, I understand the frustration, I understand the raw emotion, but I want to just say that Dr. Dixon is here because she wants to close the equity gap of our district. And she left a perfectly fine school district where she was chugging along fine because this was something that was important to her. And whatever our failings are, it's not about lying, and it's not about being dishonest, and it's not about not caring. And I think that it's important that we acknowledge that. There's a lot of failings and, you know, and dysfunction that builds up over time can feel that awful, but it's not that. And so I think we just move forward, and I'm incredibly excited about these plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly. Board Member Cole, questions for Dr. Dixon?
Yes, I'll be very brief. My question to Dr. Dixon is based on some feedback that I've received, myself and Board Member Beckerly received from our discussion with principals. And that is specifically relative to the orientations that we're hosting this week. What exactly, if you're to give them a directive on what it is you'd like them to speak very clearly and intentionally about with our students and our families, what exactly would that entail? They would like clearer direction on exactly what is it that they like, what is it that the administration wishes to be communicated to families and students. Thank you.
For the orientation of those students are returning, remember our students are returning in a very different manner in which they left. So the protocols need to be clearly explained to our students and their families. How they enter the building, where do they put their things, how the seating in a classroom would be different. These COVID protocols are serious. And we want to make sure that our students and our families understand that the way we entered our buildings prior to March is going to be very different from the way we enter our building. The way we interact with our peers. You know, we won't be able to sit closely to our students as our peers as we did before. When will we take restroom breaks? How do we make sure when we're eating lunch or a snack, what are those protocols that we have to be mindful of, especially for our little kids? I know many of you have heard that there's a birthday song. I think if you sing happy birthday twice, it's supposed to be enough time when you're washing your hands. But all of those protocols, we want to make sure that our families and our students know this is the new way that we have to conduct ourselves in schools now. And we want to be able for our teachers and also to meet their teachers, the teachers be able to explain to our families and our students this new way of conducting ourselves in our school buildings now. That needs to be conveyed. And for our parents, how do we come in, we enter our buildings, come in the main office, all of those things that we used to freely do without question. We want to make sure that those safety protocols are very clear to our students and to our families so that we're keeping everyone safe, our students safe, our teachers safe, anyone who enters that building. We want to make sure that it's emphasized over and over, along with communications channels. I'm sure they may hit on how to interact with your teacher, with the principal, all of those. But again, it's only 15 minutes, but just enough to let our families know that things will look different than they were when we left.
And just the last question, they are armed with all of the information necessary to convey that. Because Board Member Reyes rightfully asked the same question earlier. I just want to make sure we reiterate and clarify. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I just want to clarify that, if I may. You said in your report though that the orientations are canceled until, is that right or no?
No, only for they're still moving forward with the students that are going to start November 2nd. So those CTE students and the pre-K through 12 students with complex needs, those orientations are still moving forward. They are either virtual or 15-minute in person, but they're to schedule those orientations with their school, with their principals.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Board Member Cole. Board Member Brown.
Thank you, and I too will be brief. First, I want to, at this point, commend you, Dr. Dixon, and your entire team, as well as all of our staff and teachers. The work that you did, that all of you did, to put together the presentation tonight, to put together the plan that you've announced. It was a huge, tremendous effort, and I appreciate it, and I think the community appreciates it. It's thoughtful. It covers a wide array of things, and as others have said, there's no perfect answers to all of this, but decisions must be made. And you're the person in charge of doing that. And I commend you, as challenging as it is, that decisions are made, and we have to move forward. I appreciate Dr. Roberts at the end, and you, Dr. Dixon, said some of the same, is that things are not going back to the way they were. And we all have to internalize that. We all have to understand that. And it's going to be, some people refer to it as a new normal, but it's not going to be the same as it was. The question that I asked Dr. Roberts has just been important to me for some time now. I know that for me and my wife and our daughter, our younger daughter, we are all at very high risk. And I conduct myself accordingly, and they do. I have not been into a restaurant. and won't be dining at a restaurant for the foreseeable future. I do wear masks, but I don't often go out. I'll be ready when we, as a board, choose to go back into in-person meetings, whenever that is. But I know from the last in-person meeting we had that we can configure our room and be around the perimeter, and we know how to do that. It's hard not to interact and give hugs and do some of the things that many of us enjoy with each other, but we'll learn a new way of moving forward. But there's still many things. But what we do have to do, and it's what I was talking to Dr. Roberts about, I think we as an educational institution have to take a greater responsibility. And I know, Dr. Dixon, you just spoke about it in your answer to Mr. Cole, but we have to take a greater responsibility in educating those we can, at least the 50,000 and the 9,000, and the families of all of those people, if not more broad, that we must diligently take these precautions, wearing masks, keeping distance, not going to social events that are small gatherings, and that is where most of this is problematic. And we must rely on science and evidence and medicine to guide us through this. Yes, there is a lot of fear. Yes, there is a lot of emotion. There are people who are irrational, and one way or the other. And I think that those often result in misunderstandings or myths and rumors. And we need to also tell people when they're wrong. And it's not that everything said is okay. There are some things that are flat out wrong, and we need to be prepared to say so. And we need to educate all to do the right things, especially, as I said, as an education institution. So thank you for everything that you've done, you and your team and all of our employees, for getting us to this point today with these announcements. And it's not going to let up in the foreseeable future, but thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member Brown. Dr. Pierce.
Thank you so much. So I see that Board Member Beckerly has something else to say. Before I jump into my questions, I'll defer to give her a moment if she would like to continue her remarks, because I do have very detailed questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pierce. Yields the floor to Board Member Beckerly.
Okay. The one other thing I wanted to say was that I'm really excited at the prospect of, and this won't surprise Dr. Dixon at all, of looking into extending the learning, the LECs into the buildings. And again, it's about making sure that we're addressing the needs of our most vulnerable. And I am hopeful, or actually, no, I'm not hopeful. I am certain that one of the benefits of this will be that the partners that are staffing and working with the LECs will forge relationships with the staff in the buildings, and that will work, that will be created post-COVID, which again, so there's, there are these opportunities here. There's this opportunity to get really good at technology. There's this opportunity to start bringing the partners into the building and develop partnerships that will address the social emotional needs, the trauma informed practices, and the restorative justice practices, as well as healthcare and mental health care for our students. So I see lots of opportunities for us, for the trajectory post-COVID to be much steeper and our students to have greater success, and the equity gap closing again. So I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, and if I could speak to that, I think it also presents an opportunity when we talk about community hubs in our schools.
Yes.
And that model. So when we think about what the future of Columbus City schools are going to look like, it's going to look very different because we're going to be engaging our partners as part of our school community. And that's going to look very different. And so, as I stated earlier, when we talk about the opportunity to be more creative and innovative, this is the moment to do that and to rely on our teachers and our community stakeholders. Again, we hear you. We know that we have to design something very different, and we're excited about that opportunity. To your point, the LECs have been wonderful, expanding those and being able to utilize our facilities, which we didn't consider early on because the goal was to get our kids back in our buildings.
Right.
We were thinking about it in a more traditional way, where if we put too many people in the building, we're not going to be able to get our students back. But now we looking at this in a very different manner. How can we coexist and provide the services that are needed in our buildings or in the communities so our students and families have direct access? So thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting. I'm picturing the partners being part of the BLT meetings, and asset mappings for every kid. So we're talking about the whole thing, and wrapping around, like that whole concept of wrapping around. We'll be able to do it integrated. So anyway, yes.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly. We have Dr. Pierce and then Board Member Ragland.
Thank you so much, President Adair. So Dr. Dixon, I have a number of academic related questions for you. One, I want to start off with and thank our teaching staff because learning is still going on in our district. Our teachers have stepped up and they have taught remotely. I've received numerous emails about our learning platforms and calendars have been changed, assignments have been moved. So I want to start with one. Do we have a task force team of administrators that is working with our students that are learning on Ingenuity, where that calendar was changed? Are we working with the families to ensure that our kindergartners have adequate timing to complete their assignments, our kindergartners all the way up through our high school students?
Yes, so thank you, Dr. Pierce. So I have Dr. Breeden can speak to what's happening with our academic team as we are looking to further improve those opportunities for our students. Yes, and you're right. Our teachers are doing some amazing things during this time, and we're getting that energy from what they're doing from our teachers. They've been so creative, and we're seeing more and more examples of that creativity. But yes, I turn over to Dr. Breeden. Again, for those who may not know, Dr. Terry Breeden is our new interim chief academic officer. So welcome, Dr. Breeden.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Dixon and Dr. Pierce. I appreciate your questions because there is concern about the workload that was in Edgenuity. Also, the lessons, like if we had, they had the kids working on Thanksgiving. I mean, it was, there was just not a calendar that was aligned with the Columbus City School calendar. It's always dangerous when you try to fix something because sometimes it's not, it gets messy in the middle, I think would be my issue around that. So what we have done is we've worked with Edgenuity, we've aligned the calendar with our calendar, and there's still some bumps in the road. There's still too many lessons in some modules and not enough in others, and our teachers are going through those, and there's a large communication piece that's coming out on that probably tomorrow. I just proofed it a minute ago, and we're going to send that to all of our families. While I'm talking about Edgenuity, I'd also like to give you a few other updates. I have been talking to them weekly about their curriculum audit, and they have completed the social studies, and I'm getting a report on that later in the week. They're working on English language arts right now. I've also set up an email for families or teachers or anyone who finds any deficits or concerns or even strengths in the curriculum, that they can email those to our email. And then in our Edgenuity meetings, we are using those as actual examples of concerns or ways, things we need to look at. We are also having technical weekly meetings. And that's one way that we were able to do the calendar, is to have them with us when we make these changes. So we do it once and we do it correctly. And those are the main things that we're working on. But I want parents to know that we are adjusting those lessons. One mother wasn't sure they could even take a Thanksgiving trip. And I told her, we will work that out. We don't want to put that much pressure on our families. We're also looking at ways, if you have completed the lessons, that you will get credit for those lessons.
Excellent. Please take a moment to share that email with our families that are listening.
Yes, I will work to see how to do that. I will definitely do that, because, or just I'll work with Scott's team and they'll help me with that.
You don't have the email address right now that we can just share it?
I'm not quite ready to share it. I've got one more person I need to run it by.
Okay.
But I will share it.
Okay. While we're sharing emails, can we confirm that for engagement is Chief Gillison on? Can she confirm the email for engagement? And there's some questions with our LECs. One, about are they free? Two, about hours. So can we speak to that, please?
Yeah, Ms. Gillison, thank you. Okay, there she is.
Absolutely. I thought that Dr. Breeden was going to say something.
I'm sorry, Dr. Pierce, I misunderstood you. I will share the email where you can send examples. I thought you were talking about the email about the calendar, but I will send that right now.
If you want to come back in and say what the email address is so our community has it, I'm here to hear.
All right, I'll do that. I'll go ahead and let Ms. Gillison speak.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Pierce and board members. Earlier, Vice President Reyes spoke to a way for us to hear from community members. So I want to be able to share with the community members, and then it's also on our website. If you have ideas that you want to share, if you have some feedback that you want to share, and you don't tune in to Tuesday night or Thursday night family virtual engagement hour, you can email the district at engage@columbus.k12.oh.us. It's engage@columbus.k12.oh.us. And that mailbox is manned every day. And so you will get a response. And I think your question was about LECs. The LECs, the 145-ish, and we have new LECs coming on every day. They are absolutely free. They are absolutely free. There's no charge for our students. They also service students around the Columbus area. You don't all have to be a Columbus City School student. But I want to be very, very clear. The LECs, when we started the LECs, they're run by volunteers. And they set their hours based on how families were coming in and students were coming in. So now that we're going to be out until the new year, 2021, I meet with the LECs every Wednesday, and then we will pose that to them for hours. But if you're wondering the hours and you want to know who the contact person is, in Dr. Dixon's presentation, she put that map up. It is an interactive map. All a community member, a family member, or even a student, you go to our website, look at the map, input your address, and all of the LECs in your area will come up. Dig a little deeper. It'll give you the hours, it'll give you the capacity, everything you need. Our LECs are absolutely free, and it's an example of the community leaning in to support the students. So if there's an LEC that's charging, hit us up at engage@columbus.k12.oh.us. They are not working with the district. They may be working on their own, but if they're on our interactive map, they are absolutely free.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chief Gillison. I appreciate that. Dr. Breeden, I think you have that email now that you want to share with the community. You're on mute.
Academic services at columbus.k12.oh.us.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So while we're talking about student outcomes, because that's our focus, even though we're in a pandemic, we have families, again, that are committed to ensuring that their students are learning. We have teachers that are committed to that as well. My next questions relate to data. In the presentation, Dr. Dixon, you show that there is a trend of decreasing enrollment. Please speak to how your team is addressing that issue, or decreasing enrollment.
Was that trend to decrease in enrollment or decrease in attendance? I thought it was decrease in attendance.
Enrollment. I'll get to attendance, but it looked like that enrollment number had decreased. We had gone from 48-ish to 47. So even if it is decreasing attendance,
yes. Right. So the number could be fluctuating from various reasons. We have students that are going from our digital to our total enrollment, but we did see an overall decline in our pre-K enrollment. And we anticipated, we're about 600 or so students in our pre-K. We think families are looking at other options for those students. So we did see a decline in our pre-K enrollment. And I can have Dr. Klein speak to that, other trends with our enrollment, but we do recognize there was an enrollment in overall pre-K data.
Excellent. So again, it was about 1,000, 2,000, and it was one of those earlier slides. So again, I wrote in my notes, decreasing enrollment. My next question relates to the engagement. We have about 1,600 students that are not engaged. Can you please speak to how your team is engaging those students that we have characterized as not engaged right now?
Yeah, so Dr. Klein, do you want to speak to our procedures, and then I can speak to the outreach. We can go to Ms. Gillison about some of the further outreach that we're doing.
Sure, I would be honored to. So the first thing I want to share with you is we have a pretty robust data system that is being gathered right now, not only with students that are not engaged, but with their grades, with their engagement as far as if they've signed on or not. And as far as unexcused absences, we are collecting all of that and working with our social workers and our school guidance counselors to make sure they are all engaged. You may remember that part of our outreach, if a student is not attending class, our teachers are to actually contact that student or that parent and make sure that that is documented in the PLP log. Furthermore, if a student, we found several students this week that are actually enrolled in charter schools. We found that out through ODEX. They will be withdrawn from our system. So we are working on ensuring that those numbers come down on our no-shows and that our enrollment is accurate. And that is a process that does take a while. With COVID, it's taking a little bit longer, but we are getting there. And we are also working with our engagement team to work on specific measures and metrics that we are using that will become very important as outreach with the engagement team begins. And just for Dr. Pierce, just to your question, previously we had 672 students enrolled in pre-K on 9/23. We have increased that to 754 as of yesterday. That's an increase of 82 enrollments. And we are continuing to enroll pre-K students every day.
All right, Dr. Dixon, you're seeing increases.
Yes, and I attribute that all to our new pre-K director, who is absolutely awesome in the strategy of the team. So thank you for that information, Dr. Klein.
What are we doing in engagement terms to help engage those 1,600 students that are not engaged right now?
Thank you for that question, Dr. Pierce. We have a full court press working with those students. We have community partners working with those students. And I have been in conversation with some other partners that kind of understands that when attendance is a chronic issue, a lot of times it's because the home is not stable. So we're not only looking at a tiered approach going after those students. And when I say a tiered approach, that's going to take our transformation and leadership, our accountability department, our academic services. It is going to be all of us working together to support the students and the families. And we have our community partners willing to go and knock on doors. And that, as a matter of fact, the operation is called Operation Knock on Doors. And we're not just going to knock on doors, but we're going to see what it is that families need to help stabilize and what supports students need. Over in September, Dr. Dixon charged us with working on an outreach effort with our virtual learning outreach. And that was us reaching out to individual students and families and asking them, do you have everything that you need? What is it? Is it a Chromebook? Is it a laptop? Why aren't you engaging in students? We were building relationship at the core of everything that we were doing. And the information that we got, we shared that information with the building principals, and they were able to address the needs. So we have outreach efforts for immigrant and new American families. We have outreach efforts for our disengaged students. And today in cabinet, we talked about developing the outreach effort and support for our seniors to make sure that we make it to that great graduation day. So we're excited about the efforts, and I'm excited to work with such an amazing team and all of our amazing community partners.
Oh, look at this. I'm excited to see the ways that we're responding to the needs of our community and advancing learning. So Chief Gillison, you teed it up perfectly for my next question. In the superintendent's presentation, I want to say Region 3 and Region 5 show low levels of engagement for our Pacific Islander students. I wrote down 39.74% and 28.07%. How are we engaging our new director of equity to determine if there's some unique messaging that we need to make sure is going out through engagement? What are we doing to respond to the specific lack of or limited engagement we're seeing for that particular student group?
Thank you for that question. As you talk about student groups, that goes back to our immigrant and new American family outreach. And actually the chief equity officer and I, we have a weekly meeting and talking about how we're going to address that. ETSS is the partner that we are using to reach out to those families, and those families will be, we're going to get them. And we're here to support them. And that's what they need to know. So we're looking at the data. Dr. Klein is providing the data for us, and we're teasing it out. And those are the families that we're focusing on.
Excellent. Do we have any remarks in terms of equity? Again, we're focused on equity. We see right here in the data that was presented today, we have a student group that is showing low levels of engagement. What are we doing from an equity perspective to help that student group?
Dr. Pierce, I agree that that is going to be very important for us. We are going to create a plan to see about how to connect to the student ambassadors that Dr. Dixon has. They're on our list for a couple of other things, but I think we'll reach out to them and kind of get some perspective. I watched the video that Dr. Klein sent us today. It wasn't our students, but it just reminded me of the wisdom and knowledge that our students possess if we just listen to them. So I definitely agree that we'll be reaching out to see what we can find out from them.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Blue. We appreciate it. My next questions really relate to how do we move the needle on student learning? When are grades due for this quarter? What is the date for grades being due this quarter?
Dr. Pierce, I don't have that date with me right now, but if you can pose your question and my team can take that question and we can follow up. But I will say, I just want to be mindful that there's a pandemic and the way we're teaching is very different. And we want teachers to engage our students as much as possible. And we know that learning is not optimal as we would like it. In-person learning is the optimal learning environment we want for our students. Yes, we have expectations that the learning continuum will continue as best as possible. And we see that our teachers are doing some extraordinary lessons. We have been in school about 6 weeks now, 6 or 7 weeks. And what we've been seeing during this time, we know it's not where we want to be, but in this environment, again, we have seen some amazing strategies implemented in the classrooms that our area superintendents and our principals have highlighted for us. And we want to make sure that we can improve on those learning outcomes and expectations that we have for our students. So I don't want us to report that this is an optimum learning environment. There are strategies that are being implemented well and that we can improve upon. But I just want to be able to say that so that we don't think that our school district or any other school district across this country are going to achieve the results that we set out, that we want to achieve. We know that that's not going to happen during this global health crisis because everything that we thought should happen is not happening in the way that we planned for it to happen. But however, we are moving forward as best as we can in this climate to make sure that our students are getting what they need. But that end date, I believe, is October. If our team, I don't have my calendar in front of me, but if the team can get that information and we make sure of when that marking period ends. And my team is getting that data for you. October 27th is the last day of the grading period.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. The reason I asked when the last date of the grading period is, I have a lot of conversations with our students and I see their anxiety as they deal with their online learning environments. I see their anxiety as they think about their eligibility to play sports. We will have a policy today related to sports. I can anticipate their anxiety when they think about, will I graduate? So I ask when grades are due because right now we have the opportunity to start to look at our data, to understand where we have those students who have not engaged and have that 0, to understand our students with a low F, a high F, a low D, a high D, a low C, a high C, and work very intentionally with them to move them up to a higher grade. And I want to ensure, and as a board member, I'm going to ask that question. Are we being intentional with our calendar, with our grading due dates, that we're giving teachers the opportunity to go back to those students and say, you know what, you are on the verge of a B. You are on the verge of a B. If we can get you to turn in some of these missing assignments, if we can get you to do an extra credit assignment, that B is yours. And given that the grades are due on October 28th, we're there. We're at that point where the students need that messaging from their teachers to say, you're on that verge of a better grade. Let's get you there. So that's why I was very intentional with the question about when are grades due. So I need you to answer that question. What are we messaging to our teachers? How are we working with our students to ensure that we're providing them that opportunity? And you know, I'm gonna apologize on the front end for using this phrase because it's a phrase that we used years ago, but to help our students level up.
Yeah, and we're going to continue. Our grades are due on the 27th. We know our teachers are working with our students, and I'm sure our students are asking questions, and our teachers are doing what they do best. They follow up with their students. We have our guidance counselors, I'm sure, that are available to add additional supports if students are doing them, if the students need help. But again, Dr. Pierce, this is not a normal school environment. This is not normal. So I don't want us to treat it as a normal school environment. However, we do have those means for students if they need additional help. Teachers going to reach out. I'm sure teachers are reaching out to students and providing additional supports if they need it. I'm sure they are. I'm sure principals are following up with our teachers. They're looking at their data to provide those additional resources and extra help sessions for our students. We know that those things are important, but I do not want to equate this school year as a normal traditional year, that we have normal practices. However, I don't want our students to lose out either. So we want to make sure that that our teachers understand that students have extra opportunities, and they're providing those extra opportunities for our students during this time. And that message from our principals to our teachers, from our area superintendents to our principals, is to make sure that our students have what they need. If they need additional time, they provided additional time. If they needed additional resources, they're provided additional resources. And then also, if there's some things that we need to do to change our practices, we're always open to do that. That's why we had the Phi Delta Kappa audit that recognized some of the practices that we needed to change, the policies that we need to put in place. And we're going to do that. So we have our expectations set. We're not lowering our expectations. If we need to do more, we will continue to do more, so our students have what they need when they need it, and the teachers will provide that additional resource for them. So if that doesn't answer your question, we can get some information back to you and provide that for you by the end of the week through Misty.
Excellent. So might I request, I understand that these are not normal circumstances, but I also understand that we have regional superintendents, and I understand that we have data within each region. And my request is that even in these circumstances, our students don't have the luxury of not giving it 100%. Because when it comes time to see if you have those credits to graduate, that's going to be determined by the state. It's not going to be the Columbus City School Board said these aren't usual circumstances. So my recommendation or my request is that our regional directors work with our data team to ensure that every principal can identify the students that are at that sweet point where they can level up and get that better grade before the grading period is over. Please provide all of our principals with that data so they can go meet with their teaching teams to ensure that we are intentionally reaching out to those students and letting them know they have an opportunity to get a better grade. Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. We'll go to Board Member Ragland.
Thank you, President Adair. Thank you, Dr. Dixon and your team for the report. I really want to take some time to level set a lot of what we've heard today. I took offense to the speaker calling our superintendent a liar. I have watched you, Dr. Dixon, inherit a district that was in crisis mode from the time that you got here until you worked with your team to get us out of it. We were facing a state takeover that would have changed this district as well as this city at large for the worst, in my opinion. You came on board and worked very hard with our entire staff to right the ship and pull us out of that situation. And then you took the courage to announce that we would have a curriculum audit that many people were against, because it would show some of the things that we have been needing to show from an independent source for decades here in this district. It took a lot of courage for you to do, but you did it anyway in spite of the pushback that you were getting. We got the results from that independent audit that showed us a good direction that we could go to put our students first, and then COVID hit. And you've had to adjust on the fly to maintain some semblance of order and structure for the young people of Columbus City Schools. I think we have overlooked all of that in allowing for you to take a lot of the heat that we should be taking alongside of you. And I want to apologize for what has been said, what has been implied about you and your leadership from those within this district and within this city who do appreciate the work that you are doing and have been doing since you got here. Regarding everything that we've discussed today, I thank my colleagues for a lot of the questions that they've asked of you, because a lot of them were my questions as well. The one thing that I would like to address, overall, it seems as if the report in our presentation and our public communication centers those that have resources to stay at home. And while we do hear quite a bit from those that can email us or call us or visit our homes and tell us that their preference is that they stay home, a lot of our parents within this district are frontline people that are essential workers that keep our grocery stores open, that keep our filling stations open, that keep our restaurants open. And I am hearing from parents that are facing eviction if their kids don't get back to school. And no, they might not follow our instructions and sign up to speak. But when they text me, or they call me, or they visit me, I hear them loud and clear about the importance of having some semblance of in-person learning for their children. We've looked at attendance data, and it shows by region that many of our poorer regions, our Blacker regions, are the ones that are having the most difficulty with attendance in our virtual learning format. And so my first question to you is, how do we adequately address the needs of those parents that don't have the resources to continue to stay at home, and their lives and the lives of their children depend upon us opening our doors back as soon as possible?
Thank you, Board Member Ragland. And that is a real concern. And that's why I spoke to earlier. The decision is not easy. However, if our students coming back, we have to have adults in front of them. That's real. And if we don't have adults in front of them to teach our students, then our students, again, are going to be at home. We know that, as Dr. Roberts stated, the virus is spreading, but it's not spreading to our school-aged students, but it is spreading among our adults. And many of our staff members who want to be here and want to teach our students have fear of doing so. That's our reality for an organization this size. That's why I'm so grateful for our LECs, for our parents who have to work. We have a place for them to go, the students to go during that time. Small groups, socially distanced. Their students they can take their Chromebooks and they have access to our curriculum. And we've trained that volunteer staff on our curriculum and they have those supports. And that's why we're even changing our food service model. Because our families have stated that that doesn't work for our students. That's why we're changing having those workshops or help desks rather for our families in the evening, because they need technology supports. They can't go out and buy a new laptop for the student if something breaks down, you know, and so we are trying to make sure that we focus, that families have their other needs met, because our students cannot be in school as we would like for them to be. And we understand that is challenging for our parents, but there are other resources and other people we've asked to step up and help us. It goes back to that community wrapping ourselves around our families and saying, what else can I do? Because I know that families need to go back to work. And we don't want our babies at home by themselves. So that is real during this time period, and we recognize that. And bringing our students back in smaller cohorts will help, but we have to be able to do that safely, because we want our teachers to feel comfortable teaching in that environment and making sure that environment is safe. So very good question. I hear you. We're working to provide more improvements for our families. They can, through the engagement office, Alicia and her team would pair them with other providers who can provide resources for families too. That's part of our outreach as well. But again, we hear you. Thank you for raising that. And there are some other resources we can connect families to during this time.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Dr. Dixon. And thank you again for mentioning our LECs. Shout out to Mrs. Gillison and her team for the work that they did in getting those LECs up and running. That Engagement Reopening Task Force invited me to participate in a meeting with a lot of our faith-based leaders when we didn't have any LECs, and Mrs. Gillison and her team were working to try and come up with that plan very early on through this process. And I am just pleased that we have been able to execute on that. We're over 145 right now. My question is, if we have entities within the community that would like to become LECs, do we have a page that lists at least some preliminary criteria that we would need for them to have in order for them to consider partnering with the district to become an LEC, and is that readily available anywhere? I see Mrs. Gillison has popped back up. Thank you, sis, for all of the work that you are doing. I am sure that you were adequately equipped to answer that question.
So thank you. Thank you for the compliment, and thank you for asking the question. So we do not have a place on the page, but we will have the information on the page before the end of the week. But if there is any organization that wants to have an LEC, we do have an LEC handbook, but we asked anyone, any organization that wants to start an LEC to join our weekly LEC meetings Wednesday at 1 o'clock. And they can email me and I'll get them the link to that email at agillison 3938 at columbus.k12.oh.us. Every Wednesday at 1 o'clock, we hold the meeting for existing LECs and new members coming along. So thank you for that, Board Member Ragland, and that was a great suggestion. We will work to get that handbook up on the website, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And my last question and comment is back to you, Dr. Dixon. I had the pleasure of visiting Avondale Elementary last week, spent some time with their leadership and met with several teachers throughout the building as they were getting prepared for what they thought would be a return to hybrid learning. And many of the concerns that were consistent across the board for Avondale centered on morale. And the morale within our teacher corps and how they were feeling about their jobs and about themselves and about the tasks that they had before them. Doc, can you talk about what we can be doing to help ensure that our spirits are up throughout this process? Understanding that it is hard on everybody in doing the things that we are doing. Every bit of this requires change and the acceptance of change that many of us don't necessarily like to embrace, but we are doing it anyway in spite of the challenges. And those teachers were very busy at work over at Avondale and had their rooms looking good and prepared for those young people to come back into that building. And they were excited, but on a lot of levels, they were a bit disenfranchised. What can we say to them to boost their spirits about the job that we have before us as we move into even more uncertainty? Because I do believe that morale is very, very important as we march into this next phase of COVID in education in this district.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Ragland. Great question. First, I say again to our teachers, thank you. And maybe that's something that we in our administration need to do more of. Just saying thank you. I know it's hard, but we get up. We are essential workers.
That's right.
K-12, we are essential workers. We're key to the success of the future of our students. And I know it's hard. And we get, even for my team, my administrative team, they did not come back until October. And many other districts, their administrators were back. But I wanted to make sure our people returned back in a safe environment. It is difficult for me and my team. I can't just walk over and just walk in the office and laugh and talk and eat cookies like I have done since I've been here. I'm standing in someone's doorway with a mask on, asking a simple question. I'm not even sitting in the office and in the board cabinet room eating lunch with my colleagues. I understand that. That's a different environment, is one that we're not used to. The K-12 space, we're used to communal eating and learning and talking and sharing and chatting and talking about our students' growth, what our students need. We talked about that in a common setting. Usually in the lunchroom or in the teacher's lounge. That's where we talked about it at, right? And those times are different. So I say to our teachers and our administrators and others, let's stay the course. Every day that we get up, find that peace, that time to meditate or to pray or whatever it is that you do to center yourself. That is so important. Stress is real now. It is stressful, but I get up. I hear the comments. I see the emails, but I get up. There is a greater purpose that we all have. And I think that purpose drives us. It keeps us. It keeps us smiling. It keeps us being more innovative, but we're human too. We have those times that we're going to cry, that we're going to shout, that we're going to use expletives to express ourselves because we're angry, we're frustrated. This is a global pandemic, a health crisis that's happening. But yet we know that students need us. To your point, we know that our students can't advocate for themselves. They need us. So just like those nurses that were going into hospitals was helping those COVID patients, we are having to go into our schools to meet our students. We are essential to this. We're central to our students. We're central to this nation. We're central to our students being able to learn, to grow, so that we have more teachers, more administrators, more lawyers, more doctors. This is where it happens. So teachers, I hear you. Administrators, I hear you. And we want to be better advocates of finding space through meditation, through more social emotional supports. Maybe there are some outings that we can do through socially distancing outings. You know, if it's a Zoom call that you're cooking, a Zoom cooking class, or something that you can do socially distanced that will enable you to have some fun. You know, they have these little parties now. I was on one this past weekend where you're just talking to girlfriends chats, right? And you may have a Coca-Cola, a glass of orange juice, but just being able to talk and relax and say, wow, this was a difficult day. Wow, this has been challenging. I have family members who are challenged by this crisis. I have close friends, etc. I think that's needed. But know that there's a greater, our students, none of us came to education out of fear. We came because there was a calling. We all are here, but I don't want to jeopardize the safety of the staff. And that's all of our staff. That's our teachers, our custodians. When I say staff, I mean the whole organization.
That's right.
And I'm a part of that staff too. And that's important. So I think just staying centered, finding something that you connect with, and that helps. That helps me as the leader of this organization, even though sometimes I don't do it as well, but I make sure my staff, and one little small thing that I do for them and it hasn't really happened as much lately, but Friday at 6 o'clock, I asked my team at 6 p.m. to shut it off. Spend time with their families, and we'll pick it up again at Monday morning at 7 a.m. Shut it off. Find center. Now, 7 a.m., they have a whole lot of emails, I'm sure, you know, but I have to make sure that they are centered. So I think that's this work is hard. It's not easy. These are challenging times, but there is a greater work that we have been called to do. So we have to find that energy and that space to keep centered and following our mission and our purpose and doing it safely. That's what I have to offer.
And thank you for that. But before I yield the floor, I would encourage you to meet with our HR team and get an overview of our wellness programs. I think that looking at what we have to offer and understanding the constant change that we've been under now for the majority of this year, as a board, if we need to devote more resources to our wellness programs so that we can make sure that they are even more so available for the adults that are working within our district, I would be willing to dive into that and address those issues if your team feels like something like that is needed. Maybe some cutting edge things that are happening now in the wellness space that may have come from the changes that have been made during COVID. We want to be on the front end of that. We heard from the Council of the Great City Schools folks today about our HR apparatus. And I think being at the forefront of everything that we are doing and taking care of our employees from top to bottom we've got to all continue to think about that. And right now, as you have just so very, very well articulated, wellness is something that we should be paying more attention to, and if need be, providing more resources for. So thank you again for that. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Board Member Ragland. Vice President Reyes has a clarifying question.
Thank you, President Dare. I just, we keep talking about LECs, and we've asked several questions about that. I don't know if Mrs. Yeltsin wants to get back online, but can you define what an LEC is, who runs it, who's in charge of it, how it's monitored, and how it relates to us?
Thank you for that question, Vice President Reyes. Learning Extension Centers are faith-based in our community organizations that provide space. And it started with them providing the unutilized space during the day, like the school day when kids were in school. And they opened up their doors for our students. They have gone through our safety trainings that we did in August with our staff, so that safety protocols would be followed at the Learning Extension Centers. So they are open to the public. It's not just Columbus City Schools students. There are any students in the city of Columbus that need a safe place that's supervised, that has internet, that they can connect with their teachers virtually or various platforms virtually. And once again, they are free of charge.
Perfect. But they're run by nonprofit organizations, and they look to us to provide them with some resources. This is a way for us to have additional resources provided to our families while we're in this model.
Absolutely. When the whole idea came about, it is in Dr. Dixon started the reopening task force. And out of the reopening task force, there was one constant, whether we were going to be able to come back eventually in a blended model or we were going to stay out. That one constant was students were going to need broadband. And we knew that every home did not have broadband. And students were going to need a safe place that was conducive for education. So some of them are nonprofit, some of them are faith-based organization. As a matter of fact, some of the parks and recreations, they don't go by the name of Learning Extension Centers, but active learning points. But once again, it was the community leaning in for our families and for our students.
Thank you for that, Ms. Gittleson. I know there was a lot of questions about we were using the acronym, so a lot of people were wondering what that meant, and there was also some confusion about how they ran and how people had access, and whether these LECs that are working with the district, whether they were charging or whether there was a charge attributed to our community members.
Right, and there is no charge, no charge about whatsoever. We do have donors, community donors, corporate donors, and there'll be an announcement coming out probably Thursday, and I won't steal that thunder, but people are donating to make sure that the LECs have everything they need to be able to support kids. But the LECs that we work with are free, and if anyone runs into one that is not, please send us that email at engage@columbus.k12.oh.us, because these are services, and these people in the LECs, they're volunteering their time. And communities and schools are working in the LECs. I Know I Can has some of their AmeriCorps members working. City Year have their AmeriCorps teams working. Partnership for Success, Boys and Girls Club, Nationwide Children's Hospital. When I say we're all leaning in, we're all leaning in for our students in Columbus City Schools.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gilson. I also want to reiterate your thank yous to the staff, the teachers, to our custodians, to everybody. You know, there's many of us on this call, many people who are listening, who are been working, I serve 1,000 families a month, giving them food. I'm face to face. I'm wearing the PPE. And it took a while to get used to, as Dr. Roberts stated, to get used to wearing the PPE, to not forgetting that you're no longer doing the hugs. You're no longer. I'm Latina, so we have a cultural hello, and many of our families who are in need use us and count on us to give them some comfort. And there's a lot of things that had to change. We've been in this pandemic for a while, and sometimes we forget that you've got to do protocols. So my hope is that we continue to communicate, over communicate. We're going to be overboard. What I'd like to hear from our community is that they want us to be quiet. That they just stop talking about the same thing over and over and over and over. When we don't communicate and we don't communicate appropriately, then we have people that will come back and say, you didn't tell me that. That's not what you said. So we need to ensure that the message is correct. We need to make sure that message is as quick as possible. And what I would ask the community to come out to us, and if you hear something, come and check it out. Ask your teacher. That's the first person that you're going to be seeing, right? You're online. Ask the teacher. If the teacher don't know, teacher, if you don't know, the principal should know. If the principal don't know, keep on coming on it. But hopefully we get to the point where somebody can just pick up their phone. If they have a question, there's an FAQ. There it is. There's my question. That's how I resolve it. There's my resource. That's how I can get this done. And I hope that we can get there, and we continue to support our parents, our staff, our teachers, and just continue to go forward in this new environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Briefly, Board Member Breckerly.
I just wanted to address Dr. Pierce's question about strategies to make sure that kids that are, either in danger of failing but close, and that this is the sweet spot of the quarter. I would assume, I know that teachers are doing that as a matter of course every year. We're constantly looking at who's close, what can we do? And I would assume there's no reason to think just because we've been doing this remotely that same practice isn't happening, because I think it's part and parcel of being a high school teacher, especially because you were mentioning it vis-a-vis the sports, but I think in general that's how they operate. So I would assume that teachers are still looking at their roster and keeping track of the grades and figuring out who they have to nudge and who they don't have to nudge. So I would guess that isn't any different, just because of that might be the one thing that's still the same even in the crisis.
Thank you, Board Member Beckerly. Dr. Pierce?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So again, we're looking at this from a regional perspective. We have reports that highlighted particular student groups that are not engaged at this time. And so what I'm recommending from an equity perspective, that we begin to really look at our data from a regional perspective, from a student group perspective, to see where those opportunities are to move our students. And it connects to our local report cards. We're not talking about that right now, but when it comes time, because we operate under state constraints. We operate under state constraints. And when it comes time to say, how did districts perform under COVID-19, I want to ensure that our district highlights how smart our students are, how capable our students are, how our teachers worked very hard, how our teachers stepped up to the challenge, how our district adapted to these changes, given this COVID-19 environment. So again, Carol, let me clarify. This isn't a teacher local school classroom level. What I'm calling for is for us to look at it strategically based upon regions and based upon what we see with our students.
And if I could add to that, thank you, Dr. Pearson, and Ms. Beckerly, but I want to add to that, as we move in that direction, Dr. Pierce, know that the district will have to stop doing some things too that are required by the state, right? So as we gather that qualitative analysis of the things that we are doing well, we have to face some of the realities that we may not get the marks that we want because we've made different decisions. For example, as I alluded to earlier about the third grade reading guarantee, right? The third grade testing, we say, you know what, this is not important for us right now, but we're measured by that. However, here are some things that we do value as a community, and we're going to highlight this and highlight that within our community, knowing that we may receive a negative mark from the state because of that. So there are some trade-offs. I totally agree. And we have to determine what's important for our students and our community, knowing that doing that could have some different consequences for that different decision, good or bad, but it is our decision to move forward in whatever direction that we choose. So thank you both for lifting both of those things.
And Dr. Dixon, I appreciate that. And I know that I've said it to you several times privately. So let me say it to you publicly. If you need me as a board member and my colleagues as a board to stand and fight with you against state mandatory testing or state mandatory requirements, we are willing to do that for you. I am here as a servant leader to do that for you, to protect the safety of our students and our district. And I have no problems doing that. So know that you have my public support, that if we need to fight against state constraints, that's exactly what I'm willing to do. And if it costs me this seat, then so be it. It costs me this seat because I'm fighting for what I believe will help our students in our district.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I think going back to, I don't think neither you or Board Member Beckley were actually disagreeing on anything. You were just looking at it in different lenses, from macro to systematic and systemic issues. And so both of you are absolutely correct. And it is incredibly important that we continue, even in this space of COVID, to push forward on the innovation and to look at issues of equity. I think the data that Dr. Pierce highlighted, it demonstrates at the core the foundational problems in the system. And that's what we're going to work on. And that's why Dr. Blue is here. And that's why we're going to develop different data systems to do the analysis. But we also know, back to Board Member Beckley's point, a lot of it comes down to those individual teachers because they have their own implicit bias and their own way of handling situations. And then that drives it right back to that report that we got from, PDK about being able to really move resources around the district in order to make the best use and make more decisions around equity, which is really an issue about moving resources to produce the outcome that we are looking for. So I think we're right. We're all tired and stressed. And I think that we're all really speaking the same language here, just at different points in the conversation. So that sounded like a disagreement, but I don't think it was. And I think that we are all on the same page. And I do appreciate what Dr. Pierce publicly said about being willing to stand up and fight. I've said that to you too, Dr. Dixon, privately. I've been ready at some point to just go down there and do it. And so I think that those are, bigger strategies that we should think about as a board, how we start to use our political, collateral to really start to identify what the question is about what should public education be in the future. And we're doing that as a district, but this is a discussion that's happening nationwide, and we really could be a leader in this space if done correctly. So thank you for all of those comments. Thank you, Dr. Dixon, for your report. I do want to share, just because it came up in part of the questions, I received some data from the team that I do want to share very quickly around our health stats, if that's okay, Dr. Dixon, for me to do that. Just to kind of make sure everybody knows what we're doing, what we're spending, what we're buying, where it is, just so everybody is aware. And if you are in a building and you don't see this stuff, make a call, because we're going to get it to you, because that's what we have. So we have spent $5 million on the purchase of PPE materials for teachers, staff, and students. And this includes masks, hand sanitizers, protective barriers, cleaning equipment, and professional development to teach staff about this. We have face masks for adults, and each school building got some on August 17th. Each building received 5 reusable cloth face masks for each staff member. Now, some staff members have their own, and they're wearing their own, and that's totally okay too. But we do have reusable masks, and that was based on a count of who was in the building in June of 2020. There are more masks if you need them, and those are available. Single-use face masks for children, for students, were delivered to schools on August 17th. Elementary have child-sized masks. High school and middle school have adult-sized masks. The number of masks were based on enrollment in May of 2020, and then multiplied by 10 and rounded to the nearest 1,000. So we have a lot of masks for students when we need them. But again, a lot of students now have their own masks, and they've decorated them and all of that. Each school building has enough masks for a minimum of 30 days if we all needed to use reusable masks. But we also know that we have our own masks, and we also know that we are doing, even if, going back in January, we're still talking about a blended learning model. And additional deliveries to buildings will continue, so no building is without masks. We have 29 pallets of single-use masks in our warehouse. Columbus Public Health recommends that school nurses have N95 masks. We have 4,000 of those for our health service office use. And we also have we have KN95 masks on order. Nurses also, we have 760 clear masks and 1,300 face shields in stock at the warehouse. Every building has hand sanitizer, and there are policies for how to use it and where it should go, and there's been training on that. We have 100,816.9 ounce bottles in the warehouse if you run out. Gloves were delivered in the spring, and new shipments are being a new shipment of gloves delivered to health services last week, and we currently have 51,000 gloves in sizes small, medium, and large. Gowns were delivered to Fort Hays Bus Compound for use by child care aides on buses. An additional shipment is due this week with more gowns. Actually, we're buying them and through part of our agenda, more. Air ventilation systems are being monitored on a regular basis for problems. When problems are found, they are repaired. Ensuring fresh air through ventilation systems is monitored daily by buildings and grounds. Air quality in buildings is tested. When suspected contaminations are believed to occur, that is addressed. So if you're in a building and there is a maintenance problem, just as any other time, use your protocol to put in the maintenance requests. Staff received training on health and safety protocol during professional development. Training will be ongoing. Any staff who have a question about how to use or how to get masks, gloves, or other safety materials should talk to your building principals. Building principals, if you have questions, talk to your area superintendents. Masks are available for anyone who needs them. Ask, look around for them. If you can't find them, put in a request, we will get them. The district purchased the ionized machines. We call them the Ghostbuster machines because that's what they look like. We had the video. And those are being used to clean the buildings. They have to remain in the boxes after use in order to per CDC guidelines. So if you see them in boxes, all packaged, backed up, and wrapped, they're still being used. That's just how they have to be kept to make sure that they're clean. So again, just to be transparent, and we'll get this information out on our website. If there's any other information that our staff need to feel comfortable, or our families need to feel comfortable, anything that you want to know about this information or to share, that's what we want to do. And we're building, we've been in this process of building all of this up. Since March, it didn't exist. And, we have a whole frequently asked question page on the website, and more being added daily. So our goal tonight was to really have a conversation. I want to thank the superintendent for being vulnerable, be real. You were vulnerable in this presentation tonight. You answered some hard questions. We talked about how we got here. And really, we all have to continue to do this together. Every single person has a role to play in this. I will tell you that when my daughter found out today that we were not going to go back to blended learning, she cried because she is an extrovert. She really wants to go back to school. She was mad at me that we made this decision. And, you know, so we all are dealing with this in very different ways. There's also a huge concern that you know, what Board Member Ragland said about the fact that we do hear a lot from certain segments of our population, but it does not minimize the voice and the need for the others that cannot reach out. We do see you. You might not see us. Even right now, you might not see us, but we see you, and you are always in our thoughts. And sometimes those are the hardest situations to really think about. Our students who are at home, who don't have food, who need help, and we cannot get to them. And our teachers feel that too. And so when we make decisions across this district, across this vast diversity of what Columbus is in one of the most economically segregated cities, all of these things are part of our decision making. And I just need you to know that, Columbus. I just need you to know that. And so every decision we make is hard, and we will continue to make the hard decisions, and we will continue to be the board that you voted for, and we will continue to fight for our students, and we will continue to support our superintendent as she continues, her and her team continue to make these hard decisions as we move forward in a global pandemic. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Dixon. Thank you so much, board members, for all of your comments, questions, thoughts around this. And I hope we can continue to have this kind of dialogue in the future going forward. Okay, with that, Madam Superintendent, are you finished with your report?
Yes, I'm done with my report. Thank you again to the community and to our teachers. I hear you. You're doing a good job, teachers, staff members. Keep up the excellent work. Families and who are listening, we're going to do better and increase our transparency and communication, and continue to expand our resources for our families and students. So we get through this. We get through this together, and we will be a much better and stronger organization when this global pandemic is over. So thank you, board.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dixon. We will now move to the internal auditor. I don't know if Auditor Smith is with us yet. We have Mr. O'Connor.
Yes,
always
I'm
good to
sitting
see
in.
you.
Thank
Is there a
you,
report
President.
from the internal auditor's office?
There is no report tonight, but I do have an announcement. The Audit and Accountability Committee will meet next Thursday, October 29th at 3:30, and that will be a virtual meeting via Zoom. So thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you so much. Anything from the chairs of the audit committee? Nope. Thank you. All right, we will move now to the treasurer's report. Mr. Treasurer, welcome. I heard you had dinner already, so you are all set to go.
Good evening. Yeah, I don't know whether that's cheating or not, but I went ahead and indulged in dinner. So that was about 3 hours ago, though. Anyway, well, thank you. Good evening. Hi, everybody. I have two reports for you tonight. I wish they were brief, but they aren't. So let me begin with the monthly financial report. This is the monthly financial report for September. This was reviewed by the Finance Committee last Wednesday when we met. Year to date through September, revenues are up about 2.4 million. Expenditures are running under plan about 3.3 million. And that's driven our cash balance to about 15 million above plan through September. Highlights for revenue, property taxes. The second half settlement was received in September. We're about 9.4 million ahead of plan there. State funding is running about 1.3 million ahead of plan. The property tax allocation, which is our rollback, that it's the deduction from local property tax bills that the state then reimburses us for, is 14.3 million under plan year to date. That's a timing issue. That money came in October, so you'll see that variance reconcile itself next month. And other revenues are up about 6.5 million, primarily due pilots, or the payments in lieu of property taxes. Graphically, that representation there with taxes running ahead, state revenue pretty much right on target, and other revenues, all of the revenues are slightly behind plan. Looking at the other revenues, you'll see that that's because the property tax allocation has not come in. I believe this is the first month for me to publicly introduce this variance heat map. I borrowed this concept from the risk assessment study that was done in my office. You can see here the categories of variance heat, if you will, from very favorable to very unfavorable, both in terms of dollar amount and percent variance. Those ranges are just mine. I set them up myself based upon just my own kind of internal gauge. We could change those if you like, but this is how I've set them up, just so that when you see this heat map, it'll attract your attention to those variances that are, perhaps you're interested in the unfavorable or the highly favorable, but the coloring should help attract your attention. Notice that revenues and expenditures are exactly opposite. They're flip-flop from one another. So for instance, if you're $10 million or more under plan, it's very unfavorable for revenues. You don't want revenues to be under plan that much, but very favorable on the expenditure side. In other words, you're running way behind plan. So they work opposite one another, so the color coding still works the same, but it's just the difference between what's favorable for expenditures versus what's favorable for revenues. So when we look at the revenue heat map, if you will, you can see if we look at the year-to-date column, which is right here, and the dollar variance, you can see most of them, are favorable to on plan or moderately favorable. This is the property tax allocation, which will reconcile itself next month. You can also see some of the issues where percentage variance that's very unfavorable really on a dollar amount is on plan, and that's in other financing sources. So it gives you a pretty good picture of where we are and how those variances interact with one another. On the expenditure side, personnel continues to run under plan by almost 16 million, purchase services under by 7 million, primarily in the area of professional and technical services and property services. The charter STEM and scholarship line item is pretty much is right on plan, actually, at a plus 996,000. Supplies and materials, although they've had a really month-to-month wild roller coaster ride, actual versus plan in the first 3 months. By the end of the quarter, they worked themselves out to being very close to plan. So that's good. In fact, I think supplies and materials are just about $145,000 over plan on almost 10.5 million expended. Capital outlay running about 6.9 million ahead of plan, but that capital outlay line includes 7.15 million in computers that was part of that City of Columbus sharing their CARES Act money with us. So we bought those computers and paid for them. The city is reimbursing us, obviously, for that. That reimbursement will show up on the revenue side, but that the 7.15 million expense was not in the original plan, and that then drives that over plan a bit on that expenditure line. Other objects are running on plan. Graphically, you can see here personnel kind of stands out as running under plan. When we get into all those other categories, purchase services is most noteworthy here. And then that capital outlay right here is that $7 million purchase of computers. The heat map for expenditures, year to date, you can see most of them are on plan. Very favorable up here in personnel and purchase services. But again, I think the heat map gives you a pretty good look. I look at this as the first thing to see, what are the areas I want to check out a little bit more deeply as I look at the monthly report. So in closing, revenues are up about 2.4 million, expenditures running under plan, cash balance is up. Things look pretty good. I will say this, one of the things I mentioned to the Finance Committee is that the next report you hear, it will be on the 5-year forecast for the November time period. And what we're going to do is replace the current plan in this monthly report with the November forecast. So these variances are compared to our most recent forecast. That'll be the November one. So as we meet month to month, we can see how we're doing against that 5-year forecast. So I'll talk, when you hear me talk about the 5-year forecast and where some of the favorable variances might occur over time in that 5 to 8 year period encompassed in the forecast, understand that what we do monthly will be a look to that forecast. We'll be looking at how we are doing month to month against that forecast, at least the first year of it. And then we'll have a pretty good feel where, will this be a long-term impact or is it a one-time impact, whatnot. But I think it'll be really good to then sub in that November forecast for our plan. And we'll be able to monitor it then month to month up until the time in May when we present the next forecast. And that'll be the last forecast for this current fiscal year. But that concludes my report for September of this year. And if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Any questions? Stan, I like the heat map. I like the heat chart. I like that.
I got some positive feedback at FAC about that too. It really, it just helps focus, gives you a quick picture. And then I've also prepared several reports. And instead of displaying all millions of dollars, I do it in thousands of dollars. And so sometimes seeing fewer digits just gives you you're better able to wrap your head around some of the large numbers. So
any questions for Stan on that report? Okay, thank you.
All right, then I will move on to the 5-year forecast. As I said, this is the 5-year forecast for November of 2020. This is the forecast where we roll the oldest year of actual off of the forecast and we bring one more year of the future into the forecast. So this time 2018 through 2020 are the actuals and fiscal years 21 through 25 are part of the forecast. And as you know, I always then trend out another 3 years because I really want to present a much longer picture of our forecast and especially our cash balance. You're hearing the report tonight. I will. It was presented to the Finance Committee last Wednesday, and then you will have it on your agenda for approval on November 4th. As always, I start off with perhaps a little levity about the forecast. This is just repeat slides, the first several of them. You've seen these before, but forecasting is very difficult, especially if it's about the future. There is a legal requirement that we do this November and May of each year, or any time that there is a significant event that causes a change in the forecast. This is truly, when you do a forecast, it's really just a snapshot based upon some of the best information we have at hand. And we make just a lot of assumptions about various variables out into the future. And obviously, the further out we go, the more variability is introduced. I think one of the main purposes of doing a forecast is to not only identify when challenges in the future arise, but get an idea of the magnitude of those and begin to consider what we might have to do, how we would react to those challenges behaviorally, whether it's reducing expenditures or increasing revenues. Again, lots of variables out there, very difficult to predict. Some of them we have modest control over, others we don't. One thing I can tell you for sure is that the 3 years of actual data, that won't ever change now. We're done with that. But the ones I have in for the future will, in fact, be different than what I present to you tonight. This is the November 5-year forecast. Updates since what we did in May. First and most importantly is that fiscal 20 came to an end. So I can plug in those actual numbers. Those actual numbers then have an impact on the future because often we're looking at past behavior and changes to help predict what's out there in the future. We also have completed that fiscal 21 to 25 budget process. And for this forecast, we have plugged in the budget amounts here, not any estimate on what actually might be spent of the budget, knowing full well that in the non-personal area, we typically underspend our budgets, but we put the budget process in there, in the forecast, because that's a more conservative picture. I will go through some of the major lines, both revenue and expenditures, and show you and explain to you a little bit about what has changed since May. You can see here, this is general property taxes. From May, we came in a little bit less than what we'd anticipated for 2020. And when I look back at the settlement periods and do some adjustments, also knowing that FY21 will be impacted by the reappraisal, I have raised some of the revenue estimates in the early years by a fairly sizable amount, but not on a percentage basis, just a 1.5 to 1.2% increase. And then that also carries forward into the out years, albeit smaller amounts and percentages. Over the 5 years of the May forecast, 20 to 24, we added about almost $21 million to the forecast and increased the cash balance by that amount, but on average, only about 0.8%. In calendar years 21 and 24, calendar years 21 and 24, those are the reappraisal and update years. I factor in about a 2.4% increase in property taxes, and in the off years, about somewhere between 0.8 and 0.9% increase in the off years, because that's where the, well, actually in all the years, the reduction factor kicks in, but it minimizes the growth that we can experience based upon inflation. Including the TIF dollars that we get, which I've got them in growing at about 3% a year. Total revenues will grow about 2.5% in the calendar years of reappraisal or updates, and about 1.2% in the off years. I'm going to jump to the property tax allocation line, because this line, along with the real estate line, really are driven by property taxes, so they're all pieces of the same pie. And you'll see that, I try and get them in the right pew, but sometimes you get a little bit more in property tax allocation and a little bit less in actual property taxes, and vice versa over time. And you also have movement from first half calendar year collection to second half calendar year collection, which crosses a fiscal year. So I'm constantly tweaking those numbers to best approximate not only where we've been, but where we think we're going with this. So you can see here in property tax allocation, in 2020, we came in about 2.1 million less than what had been originally projected. So I factor that into those types of settlements out into the future. And here, unlike property taxes, where we added dollars on the revenue side, we've reduced this projection by about 8 million. But when I look at them together, I put those two lines together, you can see here that over the 5-year period, fiscal year 20, the actual out to fiscal year 24, we only added about $13 million to the forecast, or 0.5% on an annual basis. So not a huge change here, but I just moved the items around between settlement periods, as well as between rollback and the actual property tax receipt. On the state aid side of things, one of the items that we didn't know when we did the May forecast was what the state reduction would be. That was about 9.2 million. That was reduced from our FY20 state aid. FY21 aid remained at that reduced level. So I've removed the 9.2 million throughout this forecast. I've assumed in the forecast that state aid will stay flat at that reduced level during the term of this entire forecast. So in this particular case, we did reduce revenues over that May forecast of about $45 million, or a little bit over 9 million a year. You'll also notice, point this out to you, while I said it stays flat, in FY21, you see this is 347.2 million. And this is 49.7 million, $2.5 million difference, but then it remains flat. Because of COVID and the fact that casinos were closed, we get about $2.5 million in casino revenue. I simply took it out of 21 to be more conservative. I'm sure we'll probably get some casino revenue. I don't know whether we'll hit the 2.5 million mark or not, but I just wanted to point out to you that number is reduced by $2.5 million to reflect that more conservative assumption. We get to all other revenues. This is where investment income, pilots, and Medicare reimbursements reside. You can see here, this is the revenue side of the 7.15 million of the City of Columbus monies. So that number has jumped up, and I increased estimated investment income during the life of this by about $2 million and tweaked some of the other lines as well. So you can see here the big jump here is really the 7.15 one-time money from the City of Columbus. And then in general, I raised the estimates for other revenues by that $2.76 million. So when we look at total revenues, when we combine it all together, you can see that it really isn't a big change from the May forecast. We've put them in different line items, but you can see here that overall we removed about $6.5 million in revenue, or 0.1% of our overall revenue is estimated to be less than what we had originally estimated in the May forecast. Total revenues grow at about a 0.9% annual compound rate from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 25. Just giving you a breakdown here of the percentages and where our revenues come from. 54% directly in property taxes and 4% in that property tax allocation, and about 36% in our second largest income source, which is state foundation. I always like to present to you the concept of variance and the impact that some of these lines, a variance in some of these lines might have. This is just an example of a 1% variance in each one of these major categories. You can see property taxes and state aid contribute the most if there's a 1% variance. Overall, the important thing here to note is that if we do have a 1% variance in revenues, that can mean about a $10 million swing up or down in cash balance. Graphically, how the total revenues stack up here. And then on a percentage basis, you'll see that about 58% of it is in property tax allocation and actual property tax, and 37% from the state. That relationship changes a little bit because the state revenues stay flat and property taxes grow. But this split of 58-37 is probably where we'll end up during the life of the forecast. Moving on to expenditures, the first line, personnel, which includes salaries and wages and fringe benefits. The biggest issue that is the difference between May and the November forecast is that back in May we had not accounted for the 11.8 million of recoding of personnel expenditures from the general fund to the Student Wellness and Success Fund. So that's the reason for this $12 million reduction. I then factor that in to all the other years, but in FY21, we've added in about $4.7 million in estimated salaries, wages, and benefits for the Digital Academy, which is a one-time expense. As far as wage increases are concerned, the collective bargaining agreements are included through FY22, which was a 3% increase on the base in each of those years. For the fiscal years after 22, 23, 24, and 25, I've included a 1% increase in the base as a placeholder. Salaries and wages grow at about 4.1% from FY20 through FY25. And in FY21, there are some additional FTEs. I didn't write that number down. I don't know if Scott Gooding's still listening. He probably remembers exactly what that FTE number is, but we've got him in for 21, but there are no additional FTEs in the out years. Overall, then, this drops the expense here by about $61 million during that May forecast period. We get over to purchase services, which includes the charter and voucher costs. You can see here when we plug in the budget amounts, it's gone up for the May forecast by about almost $64 million through 24, and an average of about $12.8 million a year. In 21, of the $297.8 million, $220 million of that is for charter vouchers and the scholarships, or 74% of that is related to charters. Supplies and materials. Again, this is the budget amount. In FY21 and FY22, there's while this is a $6.4 and $6.2 million increase over the May forecast, what's included here, which is very noteworthy, is $7 million in each one of these years in the textbook line for purchases related to textbook or textbook-like materials. That's not included in these out years. Capital outlay. You can see here in FY21, this is the expense side of the 7.15 in computers. So we know that we're going to spend that this year. That's why that jump is there. Other than that, it's a minimal increase over the May forecast for capital outlay. And again, these are planned budgeted amounts. As far as total expenditures are concerned, you saw where personnel went down, but all the other lines went up. They kind of offset each other and balance one another out. But we've increased our expenditures during that May forecast period by about $27 million, or 0.5% during the life of that forecast. This is how they stack up in total. This is a breakout when you show charter as a part of purchase services. So you can see that our two largest categories of expense are personnel and the charter deduction. On a percentage basis, again, personnel and purchase services. But when I break out charter, you can see that these two categories amount to pretty close to the high 80s, almost 90% of our overall expenditures. This is how it breaks out for fiscal 21, and that just leads into my variance conversation. Interestingly enough, while just slightly higher, maybe 100,000 more, 1% variance here also equates to about $10 million. I can tell you that in the bottom two categories, the debt and the non-operating, it's highly unlikely that you'll see much of a variance here because these are pretty much fixed cost. Charter Ed Choice, while they can vary, I think we do a pretty good job in estimating what that number is. And in non-personnel, that would really lie most of what I would call our more discretionary purchases, except for the fact that things like utilities and fuel eat up a significant portion of our non-personnel line items. So we don't have really that kind of discretion in that item that you might think, even though it just comprises 14% of our overall expenditures. So you can see personnel's the big item. A 1% variance there can generate $6 million. If we're within about 2%, it can be a $12 million swing one way or the other. But just keep that in mind, that a 1% variance of revenues could mean a $10 million swing one way or the other, almost. And then on the expenditure side, a like amount. When we bring it all together in cash balance, you can see with the impact since May on cash balance. At the end of that forecast period, we had projected $46 million positive, and it's now down to a 12 million, and we're below 30 days cash in both cases. We go negative in fiscal 25. Graphically, it might be easier to see it here. Again, revenue is the blue line, the orange line is expenditures. We begin to deficit spend here in 21, at least on a projected basis. We drop below 30 days cash around fiscal 24, and we go negative in fiscal 25. I think at the last forecast, I presented another concept, and I referred to it as the reserved cash balance. So rather than looking at the 30-day cash line, I simply reserve 30 days of expenditures out of the cash balance, which yields this blue line. Just gives you an idea of what it looks like if that's our target. Again, we begin to have a declining cash balance in 21. That's one of the early warning signs. The reserved cash balance goes negative. In other words, we drop below 30 days cash in fiscal 24. And then this downward sloping line, as I've always said to you, is an unsustainable trajectory for that line, but I put it in there nonetheless for discussion purposes. Another thing I like to do is give you some scenarios because, as I said at the onset, what actually will happen will be different than what we see tonight. So let me give you some ideas. I want to give you some ideas and pictures of what it might look like. My first example is that the forecast is conservative, and we actually do better in revenues and better in expenditures than what we have in the plan. So I picked, what if we do better by 2%? In other words, get 2% more in revenues, and we underspend our expenditure budgets by 2%. So you can see here that the plus 2% revenue adds about 20 million, and the expenditures under plan save about 20 million each year. And so at the end of the 5-year period, you've had a swing of about 200 million. Your 106 million projected deficit goes to almost 92 million positive, and that's right about the 30-day cash mark. So it gives you one feel for what a 2% variance that's favorable in both revenues and expenditures can have in terms of the impact on ending cash balance. Another scenario that came to my mind was, well, I'm generally much closer on revenues than I am on expenditures. So what if I'm spot on revenues, but we're at 95% of the budget amount on expenditures? So you can see here, no revenue changes over the life of the forecast, but we actually pick up 5% each year. Remember, 1% is about 10 million. So we pick up 50 million a year. 250 million would be added to the cash balance. So we go from 106 in the negative to almost 144 million positive by the end of the forecast, should this kind of a variance be experienced. And of course, two positives get to be followed by a negative scenario. And this is where we don't achieve our revenue target, and we spend over our planned on expenditures. So again, this is kind of the flip-flop of the most favorable one. I picked 1% because I think it's more likely that we'd be, the larger percentage variances would be more likely on the favorable side. But assuming that we come pretty close, but we do fall short in revenues and go over on expenditures, again, this is that $20 million swing roughly each year, generating a shortfall of 200 million. So we drop from 106 million negative to 205 million negative. The point of that is my hurricane scenario, that what I feel is a conservative estimate is that we would come in and look at that $106 million deficit. But I've got plausible scenarios that could put us at 143 million positive to 205 million negative. And one of the reasons why I don't sound the alarm bell over the 106 million negative is because our conservative nature could likely address that just organically, just because we're going to perform better on the revenue and expenditure side than what's in the forecast. But know full well that things that can go bump in the night and cause variances could drive it fairly significantly at the tail end of this forecast. And this is why it's so important that we're going to take this forecast and plug it into our monthly plan so that the finance committee and the board can see the variances as they occur month to month, and then contemplate this picture on a very regular basis to see how we're doing and which is the most likely path that we would be following. Last but certainly not least, I talked with the committee, and I'll actually probably fly through this pretty quickly, but you've heard me talk about levy timing and what does this forecast tell you about the need for an operating levy? As you know, when we face a deficit, school districts can do one of three things: increase revenue, decrease expenditures, or do a combination of the two of them. And right now, I'm contemplating only the revenue increase side. So the question always arises, well, when do you need to be on the ballot? And I developed this chart that does a couple of things. First of all, I run calendar years across the top. No particular calendar years, so I just number them 1 through 8. And I run fiscal years across the bottom here. Our nomenclature is that fiscal years are entitled by the calendar year in which they end. So in this particular case, fiscal year 2 begins in the fall of fiscal year or calendar year 1 and ends in June of fiscal year 2. So we call that, or of calendar year 2, we call that fiscal year 2 then. And I've color coded each fiscal year according to their calendar year breakout. Accountants are very clever. We divide the first half of the year, January to June, and call that first half, and take the next 6 months, July, December, and call that second half. And we do that because that's where June is where we end our fiscal year. What I've done here is to pick somewhat arbitrarily a new tax levy. I picked 6 mills. 1 mill in the district generates pretty close to $11 million. That would be $66 million a year. And I divided it evenly, first half and second half, just to show you what the impact is in terms of new revenues being generated on a fiscal year basis, even though taxes are levied and collected on a calendar year basis. So you can see that if you vote in November of calendar year 1, the beginning of fiscal year 2, you only get 1 tax collection period in that fiscal year, when it would generate $33 million to that ending cash balance. By the end of the second fiscal year, you've had the opportunity to have 3 collection periods, 2 in calendar year 1 and 1 in calendar year 2 and 1 in calendar year 3. And that gives you 99 million, and so on, so that this accumulated total gives you an idea of what that new levy will generate. So how do you use this in talking about a levy? We go back to our cash balance picture, and I would go out here to fiscal 25, the end of the fiscal year. I'd look at the deficit. Let's say we want to shoot for handling that deficit. I'm going to round that off to $200 million, and I'm going to use this one because it's the 30-day cash target, which is what we should be managing to. And then you go back to your chart and you say, where do you have to be to generate about $200 million? And I work my way across. 231, I wouldn't stop here at 165. I'd go to 231. I would say, okay, well, wherever I am in that that cash balance forecast, I have to count back 1, 2, 3 fiscal years and be on the ballot with 6 mills in order to cover that deficit. So if we go back to our cash balance, I'm here in 25. I come back 1, 2, 3 fiscal years, which is fiscal year 22. We all know that that begins in the fall of fiscal year 21. So that little chart tells me that if I want to cover that $200 million deficit with a 6 mil levy, I got to be on the ballot in 21. And that's what this chart shows you. Here's your 231 million that would be generated. You'd be back here. There are 3 things about tax levies that you have to remember. The drivers are millage, time, and deficit, or dollar amount generated. And they don't, some of them work, they are directly related, and some of them have an inverse relationship. The more time you have, the fewer mills you need to address a like deficit. That's simple. If I had, multiple years here, the further out I go, I can address a larger deficit if I've got more time to do that. Deficits that get larger either require more mills or longer time. If you don't want to put that many mills on the ballot, then you've got to address it by going much earlier to address a deficit. So you got to keep those 3 variables in mind. And again, this is something that because we're looking at this on a monthly basis, because we assess a lot of what we do in terms of its impact on the 5-year forecast, this just becomes an inordinately valuable and beneficial planning tool. And so we talk forecast all the time. And that just gives you a picture of how you can kind of do a quick and dirty look at this. Remember that there are a lot of variables that can impact what the actual forecast, what it ultimately becomes. Here are early warning indicators for this forecast. Again, we're going to deficit spend, or expenditures will exceed revenues in 21. Our cash balance drops below 30 days in 24, and we have a negative in 25. What are some of the things that will eventually impact our cash balance? Some will cause it to increase, some will cause it to decrease. This is a list I put together, and you might think of some others. First of all, we've got state aid budget talks in the spring. So if there's an increase in our state aid, that would obviously increase our cash balance. On the other hand, who knows what the state budget will look like what the state economy will be, what it'll look like, and what they'll allocate to K-12 education. So it could mean a reduction in state aid. There is a new state aid funding formula in legislation now, House Bill 305, I think, and I think the Senate's going to drop a companion bill tomorrow. This is the Cupp-Patterson funding formula. It's going by a different name now, but we don't know where that's headed. But I'm going to assume that in that funding formula that we would likely get more aid rather than less. On the decreased cash balance side, student wellness and success funds are assumed to continue as is. That is, they are separately funded, and they're funded at about the $16 million level that they are for fiscal 21. I reference this as an imbalance change in student wellness and success funds, meaning what if they quit funding student wellness and success funds and didn't increase our basic aid? Well, those expenditures have to come back to the general fund. And if they don't come back with a like amount of revenue, that's going to decrease our cash balance. And that's what I mean by an imbalanced change in student wellness and success funds. If they bring back, if they stop funding student wellness and success funds, but they give us 16 million in basic aid, and I bring 16 million back in expenditures, that's a net zero cash balance impact. I've already discussed about non-personnel expenditures coming in less than budget. It's a pretty high likelihood that'll happen, so we should see an increase in cash balance. That's that organically addressing that $106 million deficit. On the other hand, we may have COVID-related expenditures that exceed the amount of CARES Act funding and other types of grant funding that we've received to cover it. So that would then have to be a general fund expense and could drive down our cash balance. Substitute and overtime costs are something that are somewhat more in our control, but we could see that, geez, there could be, that we may have to have more overtime costs or less, or maybe utilize substitutes more or less. And at the Finance Committee, we did hear a proposal about substitute compensation, which the board will hear more about at later meetings, but that proposal could likely increase those costs as well, but we would gain in terms of having a larger substitute pool and better class coverage. But again, you'll hear more on that later. And then you all are working on a new strategic plan. I've got it in both categories because you could have all new programming that's additional expenses, or it could be simply a reallocation or a better use of current funds that would drive down those expenses and increase our cash balance. So we don't know where that might fall, but that's certainly something that's on the horizon that we have not put a cost to yet. And I have to say, I left one off. I didn't go ahead and add it. I recognize I left it off back at FAC, but I didn't add it on here. But the other big item on the horizon out a couple of years is labor negotiations. As I said, we've got the collective bargaining agreement amounts in the forecast through fiscal 22. I've got a placeholder thereafter, but to the extent that negotiations result in a larger or smaller base increase in those out years, that will certainly have an impact on our cash balance. So I don't know whether that was, it is now 10:35, my apologies, but those are two big reports to share with you. That concludes my talk on the forecast, and I would be more than glad to answer any questions that you might have.
Are there any questions for Stan?
And thank you. Good job.
Thank you. And you've got the documents on board docs. If you can't access them there or want me to send them to you, let me know. And we've got a couple of weeks until the November 4th meeting. So if you've got further questions, one other detail, just give me a buzz. I can go over it with you individually.
Any comments from the chairs of the Finance Committee? Or additional comments, I should say?
No, thank you for a thorough report, Stan, as always.
Okay. The Finance Committee covered two other topics. One was my risk assessment, which was pretty cool. I'll share that with the board at some point. it was, I don't know if Kevin is still here. I referred to it as the Full Employment Act for internal auditors, because as you identify these risks and controls, it creates more opportunity for more testing and investigation to make sure that all the internal controls are working properly. So I tend to kid Kevin about that work, just, you know, keeping him and that team busy as well. But we talked about that, and then, like I said, we talked about a substitute compensation plan, and you board members will be hearing more about that from the Dr. Dixon and her HR team in the near future. So those were the topics at Finance and Appropriations. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, Stan. I just want to say thank you again for always doing such a thorough job. I think that, you know, you are constantly changing the way that you do the graphics for us, and it helps us non-finance people kind of understand it in a way that makes sense. And I hope that the community is starting to kind of understand it as well, as Stan is tweaking these kind of documents. I know it's hard because the numbers are so big, and that isn't the way that we in our just normal everyday life look at numbers. But even like demonstrating what is a 1% variance and how big that number could be is really helpful. And then also looking at that extended timeline about, and really telling us like, hey, we're going to have to come back, and these are the things we're going to need to do. And we have a lot of things going on in the district, future planning, FMP processes, strategic planning, all of that. And we know, and we're being very transparent that we know that we're coming back and asking for additional funds to do that. And Stan has really outlined that for us. So thank you, Stan, for that. I also want to thank you so much. Unlike other districts, we have not had to downsize our staff during this pandemic. And that is partly due to your conservative forecasting and your conservative methods of keeping us, you know, in the, you know, is it black? I say I'm not finance. We want to be in the black, right? That's the good part. Okay. So that we are doing, you know, what we need to do to make sure we are ensuring that, you know, we are utilizing our taxpayer funds and all the funds that we receive in the best way possible. And again, I know those big numbers kind of make it hard when the community sees it sometimes. But in reality, you know, the work that you do is so critical to you and your team, and to Scott on the budget side for the superintendent. All of this work is just so critical. And I know that we don't always ask you a ton of questions, and I don't think you always get the recognition you deserve. But I just wanted to make sure we took a moment to pause and to say that to you, Stan, because of what you do, we can really think about building our future, and we are not like some other districts that are worrying about how do we bring back our own team. And so thank you for that, Stan.
I appreciate that. And it really is, it sounds cliche, but it really is a team effort. I mean, my staff has been at work either on site or remote. We had our own hybrid mechanism of getting the work done. It was up to them to figure out. We couldn't stop. We couldn't stop. We had to pay the bills. We had to make payroll, and some of that could be done remotely. Some had to be on site. You know, we rushed to do the protective steps that we needed to take. And they, you know, I simply said to my supervisors, we need to do this, figure this out. And they did. And it was just stellar. And things like the monthly report and the forecast, maybe this is a cliche too. I've got a great brain trust to work with, Mike and Jenny. And by the way, President Adair, Scott's now mine. He is not Dr. Dixon's anymore because of a recommendation out of the PDK audit. We have divided up his office, and I took the budget and the budget analyst, and Catherine Mosier is now over the grant management part of it. So that team went over there. So we're working through that reorg. But just today, as we were looking at COVID-related expenditures, it wasn't just one of us compiling it. It was three of us, and we all brought a different perspective and understanding, not only what we should be looking at it and how we should look at it, but where to go find it. Everybody knew a different piece. I mean, it really is. It's a good team. I mean, and that's why I can produce what I produce. It's just not me on the weekends in front of a computer running a spreadsheet. It requires much more than that. And while members of my team, their preference is not necessarily to be here on screen, and that's why they are on the team. Nonetheless, they are equally as important. And so kudos and shout outs to them because if I look good, it's because they make me look good.
It's true. That's very true. Thank you, team, for making Stan look good. All right. Any other questions, comments for Stan? Okay. We don't need to vote. We vote on that next time?
Yes, next time.
All right. Great. All right. We will now move down into board matters, and we have the second reading of the Omnibus Amendment, and I'm turning this over to Board Member Brown, who chairs the Policy Committee.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And all of you saw the 5 policies that we're recommending for approval at the last board meeting. There is nothing necessarily noteworthy in here. Most of the changes are to conform to law or to conform to other parts of our policy book. We have one 1615 on the use of tobacco, and it simply mirrors other employee groups that already are under the policy. Gifted and education ID and policy 2464 simply adds some emphasis to an opt-out provision, and it's something that Neola is recommending, but it doesn't change anything in our policy. 3120.04 on employment of substitutes. Again, this simply tracks the law as it changed. Policy 4120 on employment of classified staff simply updates the policy to correspond to current licensure requirements. And then finally, 8000. 8000 is a policy dealing with states of emergency. And this was a new one and was gone through very, very carefully. Had good discussion at policy review. And we're very comfortable with it. And obviously, I've heard nothing back from anybody since the first reading on any of these. And I trust that Dr. Roush hasn't either. So they're here for second reading and approval. And with that, I move that we approve these 5 policies.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Board Member Pierce?
Thank you. So just 2 quick points. So as we go down to our policy 4120, it also relates to the employment of substitutes. I just want to make sure that we're being mindful that as we make these policies that we're keeping our commitment towards equity. We did have very rich discussion in PRC around how do we begin to define and really quantify what a qualified, high-rated educator is. And as we look at these policies, it's my hope that even though we will move to take action on them tonight, that we, through our equity policy, through our equity plan, we come back to these policies and continue to look at how we define our qualified and high performing teachers, whatever terminology we decide to use for those teachers, but that we're intentional in creating a definition for those teachers. And then my last comment relates to the state of emergency. Again, we had very rich discussion around this because it provides the superintendent with a really unique opportunity to take actions to protect our students, to protect safety, to protect our staff by taking the steps and the actions that she deems necessary in situations like COVID-19, and to be able to take those actions and inform the board later of those actions. So she does not have to wait on us to be able to immediately respond. And I think given all the conversation that we've had tonight about the way that she has come into our district and that she is leading during this time, I think it only right that we acknowledge that this particular policy helps to leverage that trust that we have in her to be able to take those steps to protect our students, our staff, and our district. So there was a lot of discussion around it, and I just think it important to say that.
Madam President.
Yeah, and if I could just respond briefly, I appreciate, Dr. Pierce, that you have highlighted those aspects of these policies because those things are particularly important, and I agree fully. The emergency policy demonstrates that we trust Dr. Dixon. Thank you.
Board Member Cole.
Thank you. I just wanted to very quickly state there was quite a bit of robust discussion around that point. I like the fact that I don't want to say so much, and I always want my colleagues to be ever mindful of the fact that we're not designing policy around a person. We're designing policy around a position. And if there is any trust, yes, functionally, we're going to maintain trust in our CEO, but we're also placing trust in our process and what our requirements are in and of the position. So I don't ever want us to lose sight of that. It's not about the person as much as it is about the institution and the law, the policy that we design around it. To Dr. Pierce's comments about equity within the substitute teacher realm, she'll be pleased to see moving forward when this does finally come before the board, because the Finance Committee did approve it for our future recommendation and vote. You'll be happy to see some of the things that come forth with regards to equitable treatment of substitute teachers. All right, so I just wanted to leave it at that, but I'm happy to support these policies moving forward.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Okay, seeing none, can we have the roll call, please?
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
And President Adair?
Yes.
That motion carried.
Thank you so much. We will now move to the consent agenda. This evening, the consent agenda consists of items 10.1 to 22.1. Any member wish to make a request to remove any item from the consent agenda? Mr. Ragland?
Yes, item 11.1, please.
Just to make sure you want to remove that so we vote on it separate, not just to talk about it.
I believe that we can talk about it. I don't think it needs a separate vote.
Okay, then we can, this was like last time. So then we can still talk about it in a second after we get a first and a second, if that's okay. Then we don't need
to approval of the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, now we can have discussion. So Mr. Ragland, you would like to talk about item 11.1, resolution suspending certain sections of policy 2431, interscholastic athletics.
Yes, and I guess my question is to the administration around internal accountability. While we may be suspending accountability based off what the Ohio High School Athletic Association is recommending, do we have the authority to implement some level of accountability, per our discretion as a board, that we would be able to hold our students to, so that we might be able to ensure that they are doing at least the basic level of engagement in order to be eligible to play and participate in our athletics programs.
Thank you for the question, Board Member Ragland. The board certainly can put any other criteria once. Ohio High School Athletic Association kind of sets the general criteria that's there. I guess my question is, what in particular are you thinking or envisioning here?
Well, I mean, complete suspension of the policy due to COVID. I understand that, but I just believe that our students should have to show up as student athletes in order to be eligible for our athletic teams. And while I do understand that the opportunity was presented to young people based on what happened with all schools throughout the state in March leading into the fall, we have, essentially been in school for a quarter now. And it would be my expectation that our student athletes will have signed on and gotten involved with our virtual learning program and demonstrated at least an effort to attain and maintain some quality grades so that they can continue on into any winter sports that they may want to participate in. And if the Ohio High School Athletic Association is completely suspending all those guidelines, I think it's incumbent upon us to at least put some guardrails around making sure that our students are participatory. The way this reads to me, I could be one of those 1,600 students that never showed up, but still play basketball this winter. And I've got a problem with that. Overall, I just have some difficulty with the suspension of accountability for our district in general, understanding that while accountability may be suspended across the state, our children will not get the benefit of the doubt for the suspension of accountability. A student that attends Dublin schools may, a student that attends New Albany schools may, but if we have graduates and they have graduates this upcoming spring, I believe that our employment system, as well as college admissions, will not look so fondly upon our students as they will with some of our suburban partners. And so I think whereas we may see some benefit in the short term with the suspension of accountability regarding athletics in this case, I think long term it serves as a detriment to the students of this district. And so I really wanted to hear from my colleagues. I may be getting it wrong. And I understand that, but that is why I'm posing the question. And I wanted to hear from my colleagues on this so that maybe one or all of you can help me feel a bit more comfortable about saying that a student doesn't have to show up to school, but can still play basketball on one of our teams.
If I may clarify, I do just want to note that the suspension on the minimum GPA is for the first quarter, so they will have to still meet all of the eligibility criteria going into the next grading period. The second quarter grades, the second quarter, minimum course requirements will be in place going into that next quarter. I just want to, and I may have misheard you, so I just want to make sure that that was clear to everybody, that essentially it kind of delays that from the first quarter, kind of counting for the second quarter, that the second quarter will move forward. It'll be the second quarter grades for the third quarter.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I do understand that, but that is my point. We have 1,600 students who we haven't been able to find and engage in our academic program. And one of those 1,600, based on this policy here, can suit up for one of our basketball teams or play in our City League football tournament or whatever we have coming up here in the next couple of weeks. And I just want to hear from my colleagues that may have a differing opinion, that may be able to soothe some of my unease. And thank you for that clarification, Dr. Roush.
Okay, we have Dr. Pierce and then Board Member Brown.
Board Member Ragland, thank you so much for getting this conversation going. So I'm going to take us back a couple of months where we initially talked about some of the challenges that our athletes would face trying to recover those I's and to get those P's, and what happens when they're doing work for multiple classes from one year to the next year. And so I've had the great opportunity to go to a number of our sporting events to talk to our athletes one-on-one, to understand how hard they are working on and off the field, on and off the court. And so I support this measure because I understand that given last semester how they were trying to recover those P's and move those grades up, there were a number of them that were dealing with anxiety, that were dealing with trying to get those assignments done. I do have a question, however, for our administrative team, because I think this very well aligns with the questions that I asked earlier about our data, our regional data, our district data. How many of our 1,600 students that have not logged on are athletes? We're able to pull that data. What are our coaches saying about our athletes logging on? Are they logging on? What are the level of Fs that they have? As this speaks to Carol's question that, teachers are meeting with students and they're talking to them about getting those grades. So we should know, at least from a teacher standpoint, to be able to pinpoint and say, how many of our athletes within the district are at that high F, that low F, that high D, that low D, and what are we going to do to intentionally move them? So regardless of if they're playing a fall sport or a winter sport, they are still scholar athletes.
So Dr. Pierce and I have Dr. Klein to chime in, but you're talking two different groups. We have one group that we're stating that is not engaged, that we don't have evidence that they have logged on or they're even enrolled, right? They may have a device from us, but we're not sure they've even started. Now, if that same person, if we correlated that with a person that may be involved in athletic activity, that correlation would show up from our schools if students, based on those reports that the schools send us, specifically for our high school, there should be some evidence from those high school reports if John Brown is showing up for athletics or one or two classes, but not attending every day. There should be some correlation there. So I have Dr. Klein speak more to how we're capturing that special group that I identified as 1,600. Separately from that, we also have those students, a small cohort, for example, that we plan to bring in after Thanksgiving would be our seniors. So we know those seniors from the spring who are, we're calling them, that are off track to graduate. We already know who those seniors are based on the spring data. And we plan to bring those students and work with those students in a small cohort. So we have plans for that. But let me let Dr. Klein, if Dr. Klein, can you clarify, please, the group of the 1,600 and how we've identified those groups from our other students? Because we have some students that are not engaged versus those students, how we can correlate those students that may be participating or may seem like they're, well, may participate but not have the credits. Because we don't want to create a culture that any student can just suit up and be on an athletic team without us knowing how that student is performing, if that student is engaged, having any attendance. That's not what we're we want to create that environment. Dr. Klein?
Dr. Dick, can I just clarify before Dr. Klein jumps in? So board member Ragland pointed out those 1,600, could there be athletes in there that are suiting up that have not engaged? I asked the very clear question, how many of our athletes are not engaging? So I just want to clarify, you're about to answer two separate questions from two separate board members.
Yeah, correct.
Understand where Klein's data is, Dr. Klein's data.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dixon. Thank you, Board Member Ragland, and thank you, Dr. Board Member Pierce. Just to answer your questions, first of all of our athletic directors check participation and grades of students on a regular basis. So that is done and is done completely at every interim period, even though we don't take interim grades, and every end of the quarter grades as well. Dr. Vince Clarno assures that, and he also keeps data on that. As far as the fall athletes, they're marked within Infinite Campus, and so I can tell you that none of those particular students are among our 1,600 students that are not engaged at the present time. I do not have our winter athletes marked yet, so I cannot tell you that, but I can tell you for the fall athletes, they are not part of the 1,600 that are on the no-show list that have at least 10 days of unexcused absence in a consecutive manner. So thank you so much for the question.
And then I just think that additional part of that question is we've identified an additional student group where we have the opportunity to look to see how they're performing academically. And if there's some interventions that we can target in coordination with Dr. Blue and with Chief Gillison, we have an opportunity with our student athletes.
Absolutely.
So I guess my next question then is, could we establish a minimum GPA requirement for our student athletes to participate moving forward with this policy?
Well, that to Board Member Ragland's point, that's the provision that you're being asked to waive for just this first grading period is that minimum GPA requirement. That's in the policy now. As students are transitioning to remote learning, I think what the action the Ohio High School Athletic Association took and the action we're asking you to take is to provide some grace for those students as they're moving into this adjustment period. I think that Dr. Klein did a great job of saying the work that our educators and that our coaches and that Dr. Clarno and his staff are doing. And these students, even between this first grading period into the second grading period, as we look to the third to maintain that eligibility, which will have that minimum 2.0 per the policy, they'll be working with those students to try to make sure they are attending, that they are maintaining grades as they do continuously. So really the point of this ask right now is to provide a little bit of grace given the circumstances that we're in. It's not that there's no accountability or we're reducing the accountability. It's just trying to recognize that there's some challenges right now and that we're working with students hand in glove to try to meet those. So there is an accountability piece there, as I think Dr. Klein spoke to far more eloquently than I have. But hopefully I've been able to better explain in this give and take really what the basis and the hope for this particular waiver is.
Board Member Brown.
Thank you. To a great extent, both Dr. Pierce and Dr. Roush explained what I wanted to in response, that this is a very temporary, this is right now because of the situation, because of the grades. And I believe, I appreciate, James, that you've raised the point, because we did talk about getting back to this in the near future. I think that this elevated the question for us, and we'll need to address it soon, but not right now, not in the midst of our current situation. And that is, what do we want the academic requirements to be for participation in sports? And there are good arguments going both ways. I know you've heard them as well as I have, that these are students sometimes who are there in school and doing what they need to do solely so that they can participate in sports, and sports saves some students. And in other cases, we should focus on academics and academic achievement, and make sure that everybody who wants to play sports is taking care of school education first. So it's they're tough questions, and I look forward to getting to those. And we'll be able to look at that through an equity lens, as well as looking at that through the eyes of lots of people. I have no doubt there will be lots of interest in that topic when we get to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Cole.
Thank you. I thank Dr. Roush and Dr. Klein for hitting it exactly on the head, particularly on the grace piece, because that's where I saw the motivation for this. I saw the motivation for social emotional stabilization with students, for academic acclimation for students to kind of level set and giving them that extra time. If we go back several months, we did give them some additional time, even coming into September, to make up courses and do all of this. What I really want to encourage, though, this is something that I'm not hearing a lot of people say that needs to be said. And it doesn't matter to me if the whole world is watching right now. If you are, please listen. If you are a parent of a child and you want that child's success ultimately to be academic, you want that child to be able to walk into a workforce, to be able to walk onto a job, to be able to be prepared for a world that is certainly ready for them, whether they are or aren't. The good, the bad, the ugly is waiting for you in the real world, whether you are prepared or not. So if you want to play sports, do what is required. I was a part of the first PRC conversation around GPA, and I was not happy with a 2 point. I was not. I wanted it at minimum 2.5. I did. I wanted it at a minimum 2.5. I look forward as Board Member Brown to that conversation when it arises. But at the end of the day, young people who are watching, mom, pop, nana, pawpaw, anybody else who's watching, please, let's make sure that our students are up on what is required of them ultimately. And that is to excel, not be perfect, excel, hard work, attention to the details, and consistent follow through at stretch level. Let's do that before we worry about playing sports. I'm more than willing to show the grace this evening. I am. But I need everybody else to be on top of their game too. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cole. Any additional comments about that item? Okay, and I'm told, and I'll need a point of order on how to correct this. When I introduced the agenda, I misspoke and due to my tiredness, and I should have said it consists of item 10.1 to 22.10. I don't know if we technically need a friendly amendment to, no, we don't. Okay, so I've said that. You know what you're voting on. It's correct in the agenda.
It's correct in the agenda.
If it's correct in the agenda, nobody objects to the fact that that's what you're all voting on, you're fine.
Just to make sure everyone is aware, it covers all the way down to 22.10. All right, thank you for that. Will you please call the roll?
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Cole?
Yes.
Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
Mr. Ragland?
Yes.
Vice President Reyes?
Yes.
President Adair?
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly?
Yes.
That motion carried.
Thank you so much. We will now move down to item 23.1, board announcements. We have Board Member Brown and then Board Member Ragland. Okay. Carol and then Tina. Okay. All right, go ahead, Board Member Brown.
Sure, I will keep it quick. Two things. First, I know some of you were able to participate in some of the sessions of the Council of Great City Schools conference, especially because we could do it locally and virtually. I don't know whether any others heard the final keynote, which was by Thomas Friedman on the future of education. If you did not, it was outstanding, and I am going to try to get it copied or be able to play it for the entire board. I think we should take the time to do it. It's not long, it's like 20 minutes, and then talk about it. But it was phenomenal, and really lays out some good things for what we all need to work on, and especially for how we need to prepare our young people for their futures. The second item is one I suspect that you can all guess because it's so late Tuesday night. There is less than 2 weeks before Election Day. You've got an opportunity to vote most of these days, tomorrow, the next day, the day after, early. It's not too late to get the mail-in ballot, but it's not what I would necessarily trust. You can go in person to the Board of Elections. It moves very quickly. Marilyn and I went and voted last week. The line moves quickly. And even if you see a long one out there, it's partly because it's spaced out so much. Everybody is wonderful. Everybody practices, great hygiene and does all the things they need to do to comply with COVID restrictions. And this year, I'm not aware of an election in my lifetime, and that's longer than all of yours, that is as important and meaningful as this one. So please make sure that you and everybody you know and everybody in your family gets out and casts a ballot. And it's more important that you do that than you vote for the person or people that I think you should. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Brown. Board Member Ragland.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Congratulations to the Afrocentric Nubians football team for besting Buckeye Trail last weekend. They've got Beverly Fort Fry coming up on the 24th. I would hope that the entire city would surround our sole remaining football team in the state playoffs and go and support the Nubians as they take on Beverly Fort Fry this weekend. So go Nubians. and go Columbus City League.
Yes, thank you for that. Board Member Beckerly.
Scott Wortman's going to help me out with a video or a screen. Okay, this group of fine young men are the Lyndon McKinley cross country team, and I'm given to understand that they did earn second place in the 2020 Columbus City League cross country championships, and I believe it's the first for Lyndon McKinley. LB Towns took third place. Chris Towns, his brother, took sixth. Philip Towns, his other brother, placed seventh. Shamark Ali placed ninth, and Jaquan Fox the 15th. To go to the next screen now, not to just give Lyndon McKinley kudos. These are the rest of the results for the cross country 2020 city championship. Got the boys 5,000 meter. Okay, now the next one is COSI has been a wonderful partner, and one of the things they're doing is they're providing learning lunchbox kits, and this is to Livingston Elementary. That's Representative Crawley being put to work to help unload the 400 boxes, and that's Principal Cook and myself. We were all on hand to unload the learning kits at Livingston Elementary. You can go to the next one. And that's 400 learning kits. There's I thought I had the names down. I have to go find the names. This is the staff at Livingston, and these are the cafeteria staff at Livingston have been serving lunches to our students all summer and all fall. Continuing. Okay, this is the kind of cool thing. Two special ed transition and vocational coordinators, Dr. Dan Burke and Maria Angel, applied to the ODE to get a secondary transition enhancement grant. And what this is a week of programming after graduation for our special needs students to provide them additional life skills. And so here is a group of our staff putting together these kits or packets that the kids got, and that's one of the packets there. But these, they had applied for the grant when it was supposed to be in person, and then they all pivoted and turned it to a virtual program. So you can go to the next shot. So here's the screenshots of them doing their virtual learning online, and it's things like how to use a savings versus checking account, self-advocacy, writing thank you notes, all the real hands-on stuff. And it's a very impressive group of partners: Ohio Department of Education, Opportunities for Ohioans with Disabilities, Franklin County Board of Disabilities, BMI Federal Credit Union, Charity Newsies, and CODA. So this group of people and partners spent an intense week getting some of our neediest students prepared for post-secondary life. Just quick shout out, Jackie. A lot of these are my former colleagues that I knew from Fort Hays, so I'm kind of proud of them. Jackie Hayes is a transition coordinator, or Hughes rather. Kara Randolph is an instructor. She's a CT instructor, but also an intervention specialist at the community program at Grant. Julie Peoples, same thing, but she's at Riverside. Project Search, the instruction and transition coordinator, and Franklin County Board of Developmental Disabilities, Linda Beck. Okay, let's go. And these are some of the students receiving their packets. And note, the packets included a Chromebook. So it's really setting these kids off and making them prepare, allowing them to be prepared for their post-secondary programs and lives and jobs or whatever it may be. Quick shout out to Tyler Carter, our multimedia journalist. She's been doing some great things behind the scenes. I keep complimenting Scott Wortman on the good communications. He kept saying it's his staff. So I thought I'd mention Tyler for a couple of things. One, she put together on very short notice a bunch of different pieces that were beautifully melded together for our Safe Schools Working Group video. And then the other thing that I noticed Tyler doing that I thought was really cool is at the press conference down at Downtown High School, where Dr. Dixon and city officials announced that we were going to be doing remote learning. She picked up some questions that were in the live feed on Facebook and asked them of Dr. Dixon in real time so that we would be really responsive to the questions of what was pressing in terms of the community and parents. And I thought that was a really wonderful way to facilitate communication and using technology to be transparent, which are all of our goals. So I really wanted to compliment her on that. Okay.
So this one's mine. I'm going to jump in on board member Beckerly's shout outs. So I too wanted to compliment our communication team. They really are helping to tell the CCS story. And if any of you have been around the district and really thought about how we're doing our communication, even since March, we have really amped it up. So I want to say thank you to Scott, Jacqueline, Paul, Tyler, Terry, Ryan, Nancy, Stephanie, Stephen, and Barb. Because whether you are part of the team that is working on Facebook or sending out the blast on social media, other platforms, our website, creating the videos, creating media alerts, working with our media team, creating, you can keep going, Scott, push. Creating the glossy, I call those the glossy books that, are publications that tell our story, creating different types of branding, helping on Zoom. Paul, wow, we love you. Helping on Zoom. I mean, only like we have Paul that does all this. Everything that we do tells our story, and the whole team really has done a great job. There's a couple more. Go ahead and keep clicking, Scott. Just, the branding and the whole visual impact of what we do. It tells our story in those graphic ways. And then, our celebrations and what we put out on social media, all of those things are really great and help to tell the story. And I think sometimes they get lost. We kind of like to say, oh, we have a lot of communication problems and we're not perfect at communication. But if you really think about what our communication strategy has been, it really is a lot more. And I want to give a special shout out to Barb and Steve, who are the voice of our customer service. So they take the calls, they get it all, and they really help our community connect with us. So thank you, communication team, for all that you've been doing. You are unsung heroes, and I wanted to pop in on Carol's Rise Up to make sure that you all got the recognition you deserve. I also want to share a story about the custodial team. Mrs. Buckner over at Eastgate, we had a lot of positive feedback from how you are personally keeping your building clean and taking a lot of pride. I know that, we just announced today that we aren't going back, but I know that your staff shared that you were busy at work, really preparing the spaces. Look at that floor. See how shiny that floor is? Preparing the spaces, getting everything ready, making sure that the water fountains were all covered up, making sure that everything was ready for your students and the rest of your team to come back to the building. And I know that Mrs. Buckner, you are just one example of the hard work the custodians are doing. So shout out to our custodians that are working across the district to ensure the health and safety in our buildings. So those are mine. Thank you, Carol, for letting me pop in on your Rise Ups. It was fun.
No problem.
Okay. I lost my list now. I think we are Dr. Pierce.
Thank you so much. So tomorrow is Wednesday, and we are teaming up with our community partners at our Fuel Up distribution centers to offer flu vaccine. So I want to take this opportunity to announce that tomorrow from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m., we will be at Mifflin. Again, you can come and pick up your meals for the week, and you can also get a flu shot. From 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., we will be at Linden Park Neighborhood Early Childhood Education Center. Again, you will be able to come and get meals as well as a flu shot. And then also we have a learning activity with COSI and the CODA bus. It's a special event that will also take place tomorrow at our Fuel Up fuel distribution site at Berwick K-8 elementary school. So as we've had our meeting tonight, and we've discussed the very real element of our COVID-19 cases, Please, ma'am, sir, take the opportunity to take your students to get those free flu shots. Take them to have that opportunity over at Berwick so they can do some socially distanced science, as our superintendent indicated. That's a social outing that's already there and in the works. So let's take advantage of that. I also want to take this opportunity to thank everyone that has served on our Safe Schools Working Group. I have watched those meetings. And in watching those meetings, I want to, one, as a community member, as a servant leader, apologize for the processes in which some of conversation has been had. And it only fitting that I take this opportunity to apologize for that process, how conversations were had, that if anyone felt offended, felt that they could not speak their voice, that they could not be heard, that is definitely not what we wanted as a board. We want genuine, authentic community engagement. And as we have all in some shape or form said here tonight, we are committed to making that happen. I know I said it earlier, I have my little cutouts here, but they're more than cutouts. Every day I wake up excited, just honored and privileged to serve a district that was able to prepare me for success. And I don't take that lightly. I don't take it lightly when community members give of their time and when they're vulnerable and share their experience. So again, I want to thank everyone who is serving on that work group. I want to thank everyone who is giving their input on that process. And then last but not least, I'm not sure if we will have another opportunity to engage with the public prior to the Halloween holiday, but I would like to say to all of our students and families, please be safe. Take precautions to be safe. If you decide to trick or treat or not, please take precautions to be safe. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pierce. I just wanted to add one more thank you to all of the staff and principals who have been spending some evenings with us, engaging in our strategic planning. And the board members, thank you for doing that and helping. I believe everyone did sign up for a time, and I think it's been really beneficial to sit down and listen and to listen. Like, that's what we do. We don't talk a lot, we listen and we take it in. And again, it was part of our series of conversations that we started with the community to work on our strategic planning. So thank you to everyone who has participated in that. And I believe we have one more session, I think, tomorrow night. And then we will be back next week to continue our strategic planning process with AJ Crable from Council Great City Schools during a special meeting. So look forward to that, board members. I'll be seeing you next week. Are there any other announcements? Okay, seeing none, then we will go into executive session. And I believe Vice President Reyes has a motion.
Thank you, President Adair. I move that the Board of Education recess into executive session for Section 121.22 G4 of the Ohio Revised Code to prepare for, conduct, or review negotiations or bargaining sessions with public employees concerning the compensation or the terms and conditions of their employment.
I'll second, provided we get done by midnight.
Yeah, we have to, because they have to get out of that building. So, can we call the roll?
Mr. Cole,
Yes.
Dr. Pierce,
Yes.
Mr. Ragland,
Yes.
Vice President Reyes,
Yes.
President Adair,
Yes.
Ms. Beckerly,
Yes.
Mr. Brown.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. So thank you to staff members not joining us. We appreciate you. Thank you for your work. Thank you, community members, if you stuck it out this long. We will go to executive session. We will come back to public session to officially adjourn the meeting. So thank you all.